Some may find the following disturbing. Discretion is advised.
In a world full of podcasts, you love Chicago Bears podcasts. Sometimes you so badly wish that you could be a part of the show. You must be sick and tired of typing your words into a keyboard. You have been stuck in the chat zone. Your voice matters. Why not use it? Well, now is your chance on Bears Barroom Open Mic Night, where you are the show.
That is right. Welcome to another Open Mic Night. I'm a poet and didn't know it. Tonight, I kind of thought we would talk more about the number 9 pick. How about number 9 and what that means? Remember the Beatles song? That was kind of odd. But the history of the number 9 pick has been a little bit weird. And if you look at the Bears number 9 pick, well, we can get into that. But we're going to have a good show tonight. We have Superback Sean Sierra from Sports Zone Chicago. He has an excellent YouTube channel. You guys need to check him out. And then we have C Sharp from Chat, who's going to be joining us tonight. And we also have a returning guest from last week, Mr. Matt Kedrow. They will be joining us in just a moment. Nomad, how are you doing tonight, my friend?
Man, I'm up and above ground and happy. That's what I am. I know people are tired of hearing me say I had a rough week, but I did. It was one of the weeks, worst kind of week, but I'll get into that at the end of the show. But yeah, I'm doing good, man, watching the goings on and possibilities of trading and not trading and looking at guys that might be on the board, might not be, and all that kind of stuff. Can't wait to get into all of it. And just can't wait to hear from our guests, man. I can't wait to just toss it around with these guys and have some fun with it.
Yeah, we have some new guests tonight. Well, we have one returning guest, but a couple of new guests. And I'm very curious to know what they have to say about some of the conversation the dialogue we're going to have tonight. And so we should probably waste no more time and bring them on. Let's start with someone who has been on a podcast before. He's no joke to this. Mr. Sean Sierra, the Superback from Sports Zone Chicago. Sean, I've been wanting to talk to you for a while. I love your show. And just hearing you talk Bears, I'm like, we have to have him on to talk Bears more. And I know Nomad has felt the same thing. He's like, man, this guy's got some good Bear stuff. He just needs to go off on it. So, Sean.
Hold on, Mr. Shorty, I got breaking news.
Really?
Breaking
for real?
News. We just signed a middle linebacker.
Oh, shit.
His name is N'Keal Harry.
I knew you were fucking with me.
Wow. So that means the picks won't be dropped over the middle. That's perfect. Pick sixes all day long, baby. He'll have more touchdowns as a pick six than he will on offense.
Sean, you knew I couldn't wait to do that, man. You know that.
Oh man, that's good shit. That's good stuff.
Sean, it's nice to have you on the show, man. It's great to talk to you. Like, how you doing tonight, buddy?
I'm doing well, man. I can't complain. Nomad said, I opened up my eyes this morning, man. That alone means it's a good day. Don't let, a couple of minutes, maybe an hour or two ruin your whole day, man. It's, the fact that I woke up. I used to teach my students and my players, like, it's all about perspective, man. And, you might have a bad hour, you might have a bad part of the day, but the fact that you're still alive to get through it means it was good, man. It was good. So I look at it that way, and I'm happy. I'm doing well. Sports Zone Chicago's doing well. We got a lot of big things coming. I'll give you guys some insight. I mentioned it on the show earlier, so it's not like breaking news or anything. But yeah, man, we're doing good, and we got a lot more down the pipeline. I got some other personal stuff that's going on it's going pretty well. So, to take care of my mom. So she's getting her health is getting back to normal. She was able to walk about a quarter mile today, so that was pretty good. So a lot of good, good stuff, bro. Good stuff.
Good for you, man. We all know what that's like going through that kind of stuff. So kudos to you, man. Good job. And
Thanks, bro. Thanks.
hope she continues to get better with that. And she walks a half mile. That'd be great.
I figured she taught me how to use a spoon, so fine. I used to stick myself in the eye with it. I don't know why, but hey.
You're trying to be Jim McMahon. You're like,
ignore me, Ho. It's not in the eye. That goes in your mouth. Come on. You'll get it sometime.
All right. So tonight we have another new guest on tonight, C Sharp. I forget what his handle is in chat because I think it's like a little bit different than it is right now. But C Sharp, how are you doing tonight, my friend? It is good to see you and have another face to a name from chat just to come on here and talk some Bears with us, man.
It's good to be seen, man. Good to be seen and not viewed. No man said it best, man. I'm on top of the ground is not on top of me. And so I count it an honor to be here with you guys, man, talking about my favorite sports team, the Bears. And it's C Sharp 777 in the chat, but I thought I'd shorten it up for tonight. So
yeah, C Sharp 777. That's what it means.
Hey, where you from, Chris? And everybody in the chat.
Kokomo, Indiana.
Oh, Kokomo.
You know anything about that, man?
I've been through there, not spending no quality time. I've just been through there. There's a lot of black people. I know that.
Yeah, it is, but ain't much quality time here. So you do what most do, just go through.
When I was with the Thunder, we played the Kokomo Mustangs. And
that's right, semi-pro. That's right.
Yeah.
Where's everybody from, man? Let's see in the chat, man. Let's go. Where's everybody from, man? I need to see some cities and states, man.
Hey, that's my dad. Is that your son there? Does Tony Washington? Is that your son?
Oh my God. That's my daughter, Destiny.
Oh, Destiny. Sorry, Destiny. What an asshole.
No, that's just a black spelling.
It's the black thing. That's all.
Yeah, she's watching.
I mispronounced it wrong in my head. So when I said, I'm like, Destiny.
Yeah. That's not the first time she's heard that, believe me.
I got Florida up in here. I got Compton. I got Atlanta. J2K, quit playing. You know you ain't in no damn Compton. Ontario, Canada. Man, we got some people in here, man, from all over.
Yeah, this is awesome, man. Look at all these. Everyone. Alabama. We got Ontario. Matt. We're going to bring on in a moment. Alabama. Milan, Illinois.
I'm in Illinois. Look at that.
Atlanta, Georgia, myself. What's that, Sean?
I got to know some people from Sterling, Illinois, over by the Quad Cities. Yeah.
Yeah. Small world, isn't it?
Very, very. Well, because I was a coach for a long time, that makes the world even smaller. Just 6 degrees of separation. And yeah, it's great. Just found out that one of my good buddies from St. Rita, that's where I went to high school. He was the director of college scouting for the Bears and with the last regime. So now he's with Pittsburgh, and one of my guys that I knew when he was playing in the league, Frisman Jackson, he went to Western, but he went to Park. He's one of the coaches there. He's one of the wide receiver coach at Pittsburgh. So I texted my guy Mark. I'm like, hey, if you see Frisman, just tell him I said what's up. So it's a small world, man. It is real, especially if you're in the coaching. Holy cow, man! It's. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's really very, very, very incestuous.
That is, it's amazing to see all this. It's a small world, that kind of thing going on right now, right? Everyone's kind of connected in some way, shape, or form. And right now, it's the Bears. But then there's other things which makes it even more interesting.
Like J2K and Compton, J2K Easy E Right.
And our next guest, let's bring him in here, Mr. Matt Kedrow from Ontario, Canada, returning guest from last week. What is up, my brother? How you doing tonight? You're probably muted.
Kids, what's up, man? Unmute, brother.
Yeah. Everyone makes a mistake by coming in.
Mute button, kids.
So I tooched again. You tooched it again.
I
tooched it again. Bear down to all the Bears fans out there. Lovely to representing Canada. Just helping you guys get through that lull between now and those picks, man. Just waiting for that draft to pop off. Got all the faith in the world in Mr. Poles, so he's gonna do us proud. Let's see how we do.
I think we all kind of have faith in Mr. Pulls right now, right? Would you say so, Sean? I would agree with that.
To this point, yeah. To this point, you got to. I'm a little concerned about the trade. All right, I still think that he could have waited. I think
for sure.
People make emotional decisions, especially when you're up against the clock. I think he still could have received DJ Moore. Maybe not the 25 second round pick, but you know what? That's okay because he's talking a little too much, and we like it. We like what he's doing, but I'm a little leery of him, and I don't have any bad thing to say about him. No, I don't just to put that out there, but I'm just a little leery in watching him. Like I still think I think if he was 4 or 5 years in, I think he would have gone 1 to 2 and 2 to 4, 1 to 2 or 2 to 9, and he would have gained more picks. So I just think he was young. He was, a little inexperienced, and he just didn't pull the trigger.
Right, because the longer you wait, the closer it gets, the more anxiety builds up, and then they have to make a bigger decision, and they offer more. Right?
It's a emotional decision because you're on the clock. You're like, well, man, if I don't do this, my fan base, the organization might look at me funny. The fan base might look at me funny. There's a whole bunch of other stuff. I got a good deal. Can we do it? Can we do it? Can we do it? Come on, man. I got someone else on the phone. And a lot of pressure. So I think he could have done that. But trust me, I'll take DJ Moore, bro. I am not giving him back at all.
Okay, Sean, you're being a little greedy and you being a tight ass. You don't know what's going on. We don't know what's going on. He might have, you know what? And all seriousness, I would love to have been a fly on the wall in those negotiations and just been a fly on the wall with the phone calls that were coming in. I'm playing around with Sean, but seriously, we don't really know what was being put on the table for him. We got a whole bunch of assumptions of, okay, I would have did this. No, you know what? I'm not receiving that information. I really don't know. What he got out of is all I can really criticize. And I love what he got out of that deal because he got pretty much the number one. It just put DJ Moore in this draft right now. He's the best receiver in this draft.
You could trade him for a number one pick right now if you want.
I agree.
Fucking right. Not a problem.
I agree.
I hate to say this. I kind of agree with
number one next year too.
I kind of agree with Sean though. If it was me, I would have been targeting anybody with 2 first rounders first, and made a trade with them if at all possible. That would have been in my opinion, the best case scenario. I'm glad that we have DJ Moore. We needed to fix, one of those key spots, and that's a spot that's now, we can now hang our head on and not have to worry about any longer. That being the case, happy with where we are. I do have to agree with Sean though. I think if we were able to capture 2 and 12 from Houston, I believe it's 6 and 18 from Detroit, which is a pipe dream, right? There's one more. Seattle is 5 and 20, I believe. Any of those guys would have been prime, a prime landing spot for our first big trade. But it's okay. We let's not be too greedy. We got what we got, and I'm happy and excited to see what we get next.
You know what, Matt?
Sharp. Wait, see Sharp. Come on, let this guy talk, please.
I don't. I mean, we don't know what kind of conversations were had with those 3 teams. So, I'm satisfied with where we are. My only disappointment was I really wish they'd have got 39.
Yeah.
Pick. If they'd have got 39, I'd be totally 100% good with it. And I think they could have probably if he'd have pressed more. But, I mean, obviously, he wanted DJ Moore. That was the selling point for him. So I'm good with it. Young cat, that's a lot of pressure to be under. So he's got the weight of an entire city on his back. So overall, I'm happy with it. I just wish 39 had been in there.
You know what, Matt and Sean? I was in greedy mode when I found out that they were gonna trade that pick. I wanted to me, the ideal, everybody on the barroom knows, the idea for me was, okay, let's get to 2 by all means necessary. Let's just get to 2. And we in full control, because at 2, you're going to get something, but you're probably not going to get what you probably should get for a number 1 pick, but you get to 2 with the motive of now I'm about to bankroll. And I was hoping they would do that. But when they didn't, and us being like Chris just said, not knowing what's going on in these conversations, you just gotta, to me, it's just okay, I can accept what he put on. I actually like what he put on the table.
If he had gotten to, do you think 12 would have been included? They couldn't have got 2 and 12 for the number one. Do you think?
I think they could have. See, sure. I think they could have, and there's only one reason why I think this. I think, from the first couple of conversations that Poles had about these picks and potentially trading, he started the conversation out by saying, "Hey, I got somebody on the line who's offering me 3 first-round picks, so I know that's what I can get." And that was the beginning of the conversation. My thoughts on this look basically like this. If it was me, I would have went to Houston and say, I know I can get 3, but I just want your 2. Let me do a deal for your 2.
Yeah.
And once you secure those 2, then you go and get your 3 from whoever else is out there. And I think we still could have done both of those deals.
Yeah.
But I'm under the impression that Poles had it in his head that he wanted 3 for that number 1 pick first. And that's more or less what he went for. And we'll just call DJ Moore a number 1 pick in that scenario.
I think part of the issue from what I've been reading and it was that the Texans were dragging they're dragging their feet.
Mm-hmm. They didn't want to trade both of those picks.
And he kind of went out. And again, this is where you put him, this is where the youthfulness and the inexperience of him as a GM, because it's easy to work under 3 GMs. It's easy to work under guys who build championship teams. It's easy to do that. It's a whole lot different when you're in that chair making a call. It's a whole lot different when that spotlight, when that interrogation light is on you and a city. Like, no one gave a damn who the hell Ryan Poles was in Kansas City. No one gave a shit. All right. But now here you're the man. Right? You bring all the spotlight. That spotlight's a little hot. It's a little warm. Okay. So it's like I said, I think his inexperience is what caused him to do it. I don't think he had it's tough. It's tough because that would have been something that had never been done before. And how awesome would that have been if you went 1 or 2 and grab the 12 or and I don't even mind the next year's picks. I'm cool with that. But then 2 to 4, because then you talk to Indy. Okay. Then you talk to Carolina, because that was Carolina, Atlanta, and was one other team, Carolina, Atlanta, that needed quarterbacks, 7, 8, and 9. I can't remember who that is off the top of my head.
It was the Raiders at one point.
Yeah, there you go, the Raiders. So all 3 of those guys needed quarterbacks. And you could have just let it play out, have them jump up. So, yeah, there was a whole bunch of –
what is an acceptable deal to get to number 2 if you're Ryan Poles?
Those 2 first picks.
Yeah, I'm trying to think if anything else.
You might not get all that.
Yeah, then you know what? Then this year's if I got this year's second and next year's first, okay. Or if you want to go this year's second, next year's second, 25 second, I can do with that, because I wanted a big run on second round picks this year, and then first round picks next year. I wanted a second because there's deep talent. Because right now we're 9 and 53. All right, that's 44 slots. That's a lot of picks. That's over one whole round of us not having a pick. And Detroit's in there with a few picks. Green Bay's in there with a few picks. Minnesota's in there with a few picks. So that's why I wanted to get in there, get a whole bunch of. If we could have got 4 second-round picks in the second round, man, I'd have been happier than picking slop.
You know what? Hold on, Shorty. I'm sorry, man. I apologize. The only I take umbrage with the inexperience label, Sean, because we don't know. We don't know. We can't really slap him with that. We can't slap that tag on him and not know what he's being offered and the conversations that's being had. Is he inexperienced? Yeah, technically. But he's got a lot of experience around people who have a lot of experience. And so I don't know if I want to, throw that one on him and stick him with that, not knowing what's going on behind the scenes and what he's being offered. I almost think that's kind of unfair.
Well, he is inexperienced, and that's the thing. That's whether how well he does. I mean, he could do a great job. He's still inexperienced. All right, so you could call it, you know what I mean? Like the fact of the matter is he's been on a job for literally over a year. Just over a year. So the inexperience is still there. He's still learning. And the one thing that I see from him that I don't see from any other GMs is he's talking a lot about what he had, what he could have had, what he should have done. Those conversations are usually private. Those conversations are never brought out. And maybe he's changing the narrative and he wants to do something different. That's fine. But you know what? If you go off of that and off of the people, like, they don't talk about stuff in KC. I got a buddy who lives in KC, but my buddy's younger brother, big Bears fan in KC, and he listens to sports talk. And I talked to him about it like last week. And that's the thing. Like, those GMs don't talk about what they could have had. They don't talk about what was on the table. They don't talk about, we almost had this. Well, it didn't work, so I did that. To me, that's a sign of inexperience. So, I mean, and I think, again, if he was a few years further in, say 3 or 4, maybe even 5, maybe even 3, another 2 years on a job, I think he'd have made it. But we can't deny the fact that he's inexperienced. He's literally 13 months on a job, 14 months on a job.
Okay, Sean, let's fire the conversation up. Let's fire the discourse up. Let's go there. Let's go here. Are we looking for an avenue to be critical of Ryan Poles?
No, I'm not doing it. Not critical at all. I'm not looking for an avenue. But I'm saying that from what I've seen and from what his actions, it seems like I feel he could have got the same thing had he waited. And I think he was just, you want to make that first deal. I think that number one was burning a hole in his pocket. All right, that's a big decision, because if you screw that up, man, oh man, oh man. And I don't think he would have screwed it up. I think he would have pressure on himself than anything else.
How long does he wait? When he's on the clock, or a week out?
You could have gone all the way up to be on the clock. Because at number one, it's your choice.
Yeah.
Right? You can go get Paris Johnson. You can go get Jalen Carter. You can go get Will Anderson. You can go get whoever it is you want, because that's a safe call. That's a safe play.
Yeah.
But whoever he gets, that's a day one starter. You follow me? So other people need a lot of other shit more than we did, just as much as we did. And that's where the wheeling and dealing comes in. Patience is huge, man. And a lot of times, like I said, even though he's worked under great people, a lot of people worked under Bill Belichick, and Bill Belichick is a great coach. Yeah. It doesn't mean that Romeo Cornell is a great head coach. It doesn't mean that Josh McDaniels is a great coach.
He's about 0 for 6.
You know what I mean? So just because you're working around great people doesn't mean you're going to be similar to that. You have characteristics of them.
Yeah.
But like I said, when you're in that interrogation chair, when that's you,
sure.
When that's you at the podium, when everyone is asking you those questions, not your head coach, not the owner, it's a whole different story when there's a lot of different pressure, a lot more pressure that you're not used to because you've never been in that situation.
Full disclosure. I get on Sean's show and I fire his ass up when he brings this up. He knows. I fire his ass right on his show. And I'm going to fire his ass up again. And I want y'all to come to his show, Sports Zone Chicago.
We're all excited around now to sit here and get fired up.
Sports Zone Chicago, come in the show and fire his ass up.
He's not wrong, though. He's not, you know what I mean? He's not wrong. This is the man's second year in this position. He's young. We got to see some creative coolness from him towards the end of last year's draft, and that was awesome. Sean, I flipped things a little bit because him talking is for me probably the most refreshing thing I've seen by way of football management so far in years. As a Bears fan is probably the better way to say it. To take it on to something that's also kind of interesting, which is Hard Knocks. We're the type of organization that would want to have absolutely nothing to do with that type of publicity, that type of openness. The amount of money, just commonsensically, that the Bears could make by really embracing social media as a thing, it would be an astronomical case scenario. It would be such a boon to the money, to the draw that the Bears already is. They would never do that. Just to have somebody like Ryan in the position that he's in right now, actually being somewhat forthwith, as opposed to full on paying a free agent as a smokescreen to drafting a quarterback that you wanted nobody to think you were drafting, and then he fails. I'm all for the forthwith attitude so far. I have to say, I like Mr. Poles for it. The last few GMs have been very tight-lipped, and we haven't seen anything positive from that. So, I'll go with the new refreshing maneuvers.
We've got football guys.
But what he's doing, though, What he's doing though is you're telling on other people. That's what I'm saying. You don't talk about it, right? Because
Oh,
what
I'm
you're
with
saying
you.
is I could have had 1 and 2 and 2 to 4 and whatever, and I didn't do it. And when you say why, then organizations are like, well, wait a minute, well, why didn't you do that? You had that offer, and now other organizations like, well, wait a minute, I don't want to work with him. Like he's going to put my business out in the street, which is why, Matt, trust me, I love the openness.
It's poker face.
I
I'm
love
with
it.
you.
I love it.
The only other explanation to it is that he knew the value in the draft of what he was looking for, and he didn't need to have the first pick, and he didn't need to have that. Like he thought just by what he probably negotiated with everybody else, thought he was only going to get so far with them because he would only, by the time they got to the draft, certain teams he knew he wasn't going to be able to go any further with. And that from that point on, he was like, well, I might as well just go down to here because I know the value that I'm going to get from there, because he might be foreshadowing future trades from here too. So I don't know, just a thought.
I haven't seen him get into any specifics anyway. I mean, as far as naming, other than naming, a first round or a second rounder, he hasn't gotten anything specific. So
there's been some specifics. He did mention he had a conversation with Houston and that Houston
really
dragging their feet. Oh yeah. There's also specifics coming out from the other side of the Panthers trade, saying that I believe Brian Burns was also in consideration, but the reality was they desperately did not want to let go of pick number 39. That was the pick they did not want to go, and they were considering Burns and DJ Moore, and recognized that if they gave both players away, they're cooked next year. So at the end of the day, they came up with the DJ Moore pick and went with that, hoping that Chicago would take that and not push back for the 39th. And it looks like maybe they did, maybe they didn't push for the 39th. Long story short is we don't have it.
Okay. Dude, we got a lot of guys in chat here. Like, why are we even talking about the trades anymore?
Well, I get the whole.
Well,
I get it. Listen. Let me say this. Here's the thing. I think that a lot of people may kind of underplay a little bit. You know how players have agents. Nowadays, players represent themselves, but most players have agents, and so do general managers. They have agents, and when you're in conversations with other general managers, agents are involved. You had these conversations with XXX person, and you know how these personalities are and how they operate. It could have been, and I'm trying to play devil's advocate. It could be that, okay, I know how, let's just say, Howie Rosen goes. I know how Scott Pioli goes. Let me get ahead of this, and before they put some shit out that I don't really necessarily agree with, let me tell my side of the story. And so there's an aspect to that I don't know is true, but maybe that's an aspect as to why Ryan Poles decided to put his side of the story out. I don't know. We don't know any of these guys. All we're doing is assuming. So just to play devil's advocate.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we don't know, and we are just speculating, and we're not going to know. But I mean, that's the whole purpose of this, is to talk and to speculate, But and you can listen to agents, and there's check Twitter. Drew Rosenhaus was on the McAfee show, the Pat McAfee show, and he was talking a lot about this particular trade. For those of you who don't know, Drew Rosenhaus is DJ Moore's agent, so he was talking a lot about it, and I think you should go check that out and see what he's talking about, because it's a little different than what we're hearing here. Because I heard here today in Chicago Sports Talk Radio that there were two defensive guys, and I can't remember, and DJ Moore, and DJ Moore was the last one. All right, and I'm like, and then the conversation was, and I think it was just to stir up talk. Like, do you feel cheated? And I'm like, no, I'm not feel cheated, because there might have been just 3 people on there, right? And they didn't want to give up 2; they're only giving 1. Doesn't mean that I don't feel cheated, So I check out the Pat McAfee show, and you can check out Drew Rosenhaus, what he says, and take it with a grain of salt, because everyone's got an agenda. All right, this is big time lying season, and. Right. Which is why when Ryan Poles comes out and is kind of pretty truthful so far, we haven't seen him to be that type of shady guy or anything like that. it still like, it causes me to wonder, like, why are you so truthful when everybody else in this industry that I've known, okay, and never is really, really tight-lipped about backdoor deals behind closed doors that we're not privy to. So that, again, I just think, to me, that falls under experience. Someone who just likes to talk a lot, again, because you're just putting other people's business out on the street, and if you fleece them, or if that's a popular term, or you get the best of somebody, that dude might not particularly like that.
You guys have just like killed 30 minutes of talking about the fucking trade still.
Hey, we're gonna kill some more. We're gonna kill some more.
Sean asked me, like, how long does this show go for? I'm like, well,
as long as you motherfuckers want to argue, let's do it. I got some smoke. I got some smoke.
Go for less than 3.5 hours. I'll tell you that much.
All right, as long as before midnight, because 2.5 Men comes on at midnight, and I ain't missing that for you guys. I'm sorry.
And you just tell us to stop, and you just head out, man. You know where the remove button is.
Dump for Charlie Sheen, man. Cold-blooded.
You know what,
Chris? I don't want to get you drowned out over here. Like you haven't talked enough. Start talking. What do you have to say? Anything? Should we move on to another? No, fuck that. I'm directing this. We're new subject. I wanted to ask you guys some questions, so I want to kind of do a round the board. It's going to start with you, Chris.
All right.
How soon would you plan to replace Eddie Jackson?
Well, I think it'd be a good idea to put somebody in place this year. He played well before the injury, but I think he's 30 now?
Yeah, he's up there. Yeah.
Yeah, he's. I draft a safety this year. I don't know how far the kid from Johnson is it? Is he TCU or Texas A&M?
Oh, Johnson's from. Oh, that's my guy, Nomad.
Yeah. He seems
no, you're talking about the wrong Johnson.
Johnson from TCU. I kept thinking he was a cornerback, but he's a safety.
He's safety, yeah. I think he's fallen some. From just some of the mocks I've seen, which mean nothing, but I haven't heard a lot about him post combine. He's a guy that I like. He's got good size. He plays fast. You can use him with maybe some. I don't know that he's a free safety, but I think there's some guys. Nomad, your guy Daniel Scott. I checked him out, man. I like him. I think you mentioned him last week. He a late round guy like that. I'd invest in somebody because I think this could be the last go round for Eddie if he takes another injury like he did this year. But he played well. He played well this year. I'm glad he bounced back.
But leg injuries are always iffy, right?
Yeah, exactly. Especially when you get old. Believe me, I know.
Well, you tell it. Well, he is 30. He is 30. He'll be 30 this year. 31 was he got $13 million salary this year, $14 million next year. So yeah, I think this is a good year to draft a young safety. I think maybe somebody who has, I don't want to say character issues, but maybe was hurt and didn't get a lot of good tape this final season. There's going to be the one thing that people keep forgetting. Is the same thing that happened last year is you have hold on.
Gesundheit.
Right, that's what I was doing.
You still have
bless you.
The COVID situation where you had a lot of people taking that extra year, which is why you're able to get a Jack Sanborn as an undrafted free agent last year. You're going to have a lot of excess. You had a lot of excess talent last year. You're going to have. I don't think you have as much, but you're still going to have more excess talent this year. So you might be able to come out in the third or fourth round with maybe a originally or a regular a second round grade for a safety, a free safety, and I think that'll be good. I think that'd be great to have him under Eddie Jackson's wing because the dude's a playmaker.
Yeah,
the dude's a playmaker, and I think he's finally got a coaching staff who ain't going to be able to put up with his bullshit. His sometimes maybe lack of hustle, lack of, what I mean? I don't think Coach Flus is putting up with that. And I think he understands it. There's an energy now. And so you get a young safety around there. you know, that secondary was our strength last year, you know, especially after Kyler Gordon, you know, man, you talk about getting thrown to the fire. He was throwing the fire, and he came out, you know, and he started making plays. And just think of all the batted balls and deflected balls and defended balls we had. And that was with no pass rush.
Yeah.
No pass rush. Imagine if we get just a little bit of a pass rush.
And the secondary did play good. That's why I'm not as hot on the idea as drafting using an early pick. I mean, I know a lot of people talk about Weatherspoon at 9, and I wouldn't do a cornerback or a wide receiver that early unless I knew they were blue chip. I mean, just to me, that would be a disappointment if they used their first round pick on anybody in the secondary.
So things for me to say: Devin Witherspoon is a tackling machine as a cornerback. So he's a little bit of an exception to that rule to me.
I like him.
He's good. He's pretty solid. My other little tidbit is Elijah Hicks. So Elijah Hicks he played really well last year, right? I have to admit he was not a liability when he came onto the field under any pretenses or when Eddie was hurt for the little bit of time that he was. You know, that being the case, I wouldn't go safety unless it was maybe Sidney Brown a little bit late, you know, maybe
that's going to be third.
Early third, late second, Sidney Brown, maybe. But I think we've got more holes to address, and I think corner, to me, is a bit more pressing than handling the Eddie situation this year. He's going to get paid this year. I'd tackle the Eddie situation in 2024 if it was me.
Okay. I'd say a couple of things to this. And first thing I would say is Eddie Jackson is unique in a way that his combination of sideline to sideline speed combined with experience and instincts is rare. It's fucking rare to find a guy with all of that in one. You know what I mean? And he's a ball hawk is what he is. And you know that eventually you got to find a guy that can replace that in case, you know, anything happens. But yes, you do. Every mock draft that I do, I go back to the roster and I look at the roster and I say, we only have before the draft, we only had 40 guys under contract, 40 something guys under contract. And we came out of the draft with, you know, a few more guys. So we up to 50 something, I think. However, to Chris's point, some of these safeties in the draft, and I also remember a conversation I heard Jaquan Brisker have with somebody in the offseason, and he's more open to playing up high in the safety role instead of so much in the box. He's getting a reputation for a box safety, and I think his agent is telling him, hey man, you need to get you some migration at the safety role. You need to be back some and show your playmaking skills on the ball instead of down in the box. And so would it surprise me if Jaquan Brisker got more Eddie Jackson type role and we drafted a Sidney Brown, who was, to me, my favorite safety for this defensive scheme? He's perfect for what we do. For a zone defense, cover 2, cover 3, cover 4, this dude fits the bill at strong safety. And he's not solely exclusive to strong safety. He can play free too. So he would be a value pick for Ryan Poles in my estimation. But there's other guys out there. I don't want to get long-winded, but yes, I see Sidney Brown as a guy that can step in where Brisker is. Brisker can play where Eddie Jackson is.
For me, to answer the question is the replacement ball hawk safety on the team is already there, and that's in Jaquan Brisker. I mean, he's sacking the quarterback. He's all over the fucking ball, man. He's intercepting the ball. That one-hander. He's going to be. I mean, he's interchangeable. If they find somebody that can play strong safety just as well as he can and move him to free safety, he can play it. Am I wrong, guys?
That's where
that's true.
That's where Johnson could come in.
I think because I'm sorry. Go ahead, Chris.
No. I just think he could step right in. You know, big nickel, and eventually be a starter right there, and Brisker fall back. Um, yeah, I do like Sidney Brown though. I love that kid. Him and his brother.
Yeah.
I love
Illinois.
Yep.
Illinois boys.
I wouldn't mind. I wouldn't mind, and depending on how intelligent Jaquan Brisker is, or it shows that he plays. Again, he was a rookie last year, and how much his football IQ develops. I wouldn't mind using him like a Troy Polamalu. Right? Sometimes he's deep, sometimes in the box, sometimes sometimes he's blitzing. I think he's got that ability. All right. I think he's got, so to put him, to label him or put him in a box, to say, yeah, it's this kind of a Joker type deal. But put him in a box and say, I only want you up here on the line, or I only want you deep. I think that's not maximizing his ability. And not everybody has that type of ability, but he does. And, I worry a little bit about the speed. Okay. But the relentlessness, I'm not worried about. I think, and again, he's a phenomenal athlete. You talked about the one-handed catch. You've seen some good signs of his athleticism. So I think he could be that dude you move all over the place and not necessarily leave him at strong or at free. So if you wanted to draft a free and you wanted to draft a strong, no problem. All right. But because this guy is that dude, that chip that you can play with, that literally can do pretty much anything you need on the defensive side of the ball.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Hey, Sean. Now, when I'm having these conversations with these guys on the bar room, and they go all over the place, but I always come back to when I'm talking about, who would they be looking at, or what kind of guy would they Eberflus. We gotta get away from what Poles wants. Eberflus is the guy driving the bus when it comes to player and personnel. He is asking Poles, hey, look, when you go grocery shopping, these are the types of guys that I want. These are the kind of guys that I can win with and put a stout defense and all that together. Just go look at the Colts. You look at somebody like a Julian Blackman. Okay, who fits a Julian Blackman role? Eddie Jackson is pretty much Julian Blackman. So he's pleased with Eddie Jackson back there. Who is the next Eddie Jackson without the ball snatching ability? It is Johnson from Texas A&M. He doesn't have the hands, but he's got the sideline speed, the strike ability. He's got everything that you will want in a free safety. Strong safety. You would look first at a Sidney Brown. If you didn't land on a Sidney Brown, you probably go with a Jamie Robinson. After that, you go with the someone like who did I say? Jamie Robinson?
Yeah.
Javon Hicks from Cincinnati. There's a bunch of guys that fit the Eberflus mold.
What about Hickman, though, man, out of Ohio State?
He fits. He's going to be a strong safety. He wouldn't be a free.
Mm-hmm. Right, yeah.
I think I hear you. I agree with you. I think he's trying to replicate exactly what he did in Indy, and it worked in Indy. You just needed a better offense, and and luckily you didn't have that quarterback in Indy like we do here. I think the receiving core is much better than when he was in Indy. I should say it's pretty good in Indy now, or decent now, I should say. But I think when I don't know if he had somebody like a Brisker or someone who can play free safety, strong safety, maybe even a little slot like Jaquan Brisker. Like, so when you get a guy like that, like you literally, like, I'm anxious to see what he does with this kid because because of his versatility. You might not you don't just have to line up in a cover 2, 3, or 4. You can go man and have this, you know what I mean? You can play with this kid so much because he's still so young. He's still so talented. So that's why I'm saying if you go, I don't care who you get as a safety. If you're trying to get an Eddie Jackson type, cool. All right, because Jaquan Brisker could play that, but he's not going to. I don't think he's limited to one specific role. And that's the thing that I like about him is that you got to worry about where he's at on the field because this dude could come and he could be covering a slot, a tight end, and all of a sudden now he's coming. All right, he's coming on a run blitz the next play. You know what I mean? I just think that, I don't know if Eberflus had somebody in Indianapolis who could fit the bill, who's so multifaceted like Jaquan Brisker. And you know what? And if he didn't, great. He's going to have fun with him because I like what he can bring to the table on the defensive side of the ball.
Kenny Moore was that guy. He can move from any position in the secondary. He can go from slot corner boundary corner. They can put him back at safety. They can do anything they wanted to do with and I'll give you my comp for Kenny Moore if they don't get him in a somehow in free agency or some kind of trade. It would be Jacorian Bennett. If you haven't done homework on Jacorian Bennett, he's the perfect slot cornerback for this scheme right here. He is Kenny Moore, but stronger. You know, Kenny Moore is a strong dude. He's really strong. He's really aggressive. But do some homework on Jacorian Bennett, and I guarantee you, next time we have this show, somebody's going to say, you know what, Nomad, you was right on point. He's him. He is Kenny Moore. You know, so that's how you find guys that fit the scheme that he's trying to produce. I've even heard people saying, we're going to talk about a different position. I've heard people say that, Trevon Dexter is only a one tech. I've heard people say that Keanu Benton is only a one tech. Just go look at some goddamn Grover Stewart film and see for yourself. Grover Stewart came in at 325, worked himself to 315, and was able to be versatile from one tech to three tech. When DeForest Buckner wasn't in there, he was able to penetrate at the three tech. So he's looking for position versatility. Everybody thinks they know what he's after. That's because they don't watch the Indianapolis film. They're in it for what they think they want. Okay, Kalijah Kancey don't fit this scheme. Quit kidding yourself. He doesn't fit. His arms are short. He's not big, and he's not long enough.
Question: what about Kancey and Bennett, as a for instance?
It's not enough length.
John, where do you stand on mock drafts? You like to do mock drafts like when? I hear you say all the time that you love mock drafts. What's your slogan?
No, I hate mock drafts. I think
you hate mock drafts, but you love
the dumbest thing in the fucking world.
Yeah,
and I can't get enough of them.
Enough of them. That. Thank you. But do you actually sit down and do one?
No.
Tell them how you feel.
If you start seeing somebody on their cell phone, we got to get the damn subject. So, guys, let's kind of get to the point of this, like the main topic of this show, which is number nine. You guys ever heard that album?
Oh God, what are we doing here?
You guys ever heard that album before?
What are we doing, man?
Is that Nine's album? Is that what it was?
That was the Beatles Revolution album.
All right, okay. We got to do some pre-production, man, because you fucking up. You fucking up the church's money right now.
You could have given me a Ferris Bueller 9 times. 9 times, Mrs. Bueller.
Isn't that the strangest song you've ever heard in your life, though? Like number nine. Have you heard that before? Am I throwing all of you guys off?
Hell yeah.
Yep.
No. Well, yes.
Wait, you guys. Wait, Sean, you're old. You're a little bit older than me. Yes. Chris, you're definitely older than me.
Wow.
I told him I was older than him.
Matt, I think you're older than me. I'm 48. So you guys don't know. You've never heard the Beatles album, the White Album, the song number 9?
No.
Listen, I'm a music connoisseur, man. I'll tell you that much right now. But like me and the Beatles aren't really all that cool. It's not like a political or personal thing. It's just I didn't really listen to all that much Beatles as a kid. I just didn't. Much more Motown.
Yesterday
reggae.
Is about the extent of my Beatles.
Yesterday, fair enough, right? Like there's a few
Great song.
For me, it's like
number 9. Yes.
Did we just realize we got 4 black dudes talking about the Beatles?
About the Beatles is what was kind of what happened here. This is what happens when the white dude runs the podcast.
You guys don't live in a fucking cave. It's not like you're in your 20s. Come on.
Yes. So
like
what you're saying is I should go back and listen to some more Beatles? Probably.
That's like me. That's like me going on Seinfeld talking about the 4 Tops and shit.
I'll give you this. If I would have pulled up like "Help, I need somebody help," you guys would have been like, "Okay, I know that song, right?"
Well,
Yeah, we all know that.
that's a pop song. All right, I used to watch the cartoon. So that it was on the cartoon.
But no, I kind of did that in the manner of almost in a way hoping that I would throw you off because, and not you because you're black and don't think you know the Beatles, but I mean like anybody who loves the Beatles. Number 9, the Revolution number 9 song is so fucked up and weird that it's like I've only heard it probably once in my life, and I would never want to hear it again. And the fact that we hear sit with number 9 in the pick in the draft, it just brought my brain back to it. And I think the entire song is literally this.
Hey, what are you doing, man?
All right, no. Let's first off
Paul
with just
McCartney gonna come get you.
Okay. All right. Let me flip this for
9.
you, Shorty. Let me
Number
flip
9.
this for you.
That's
Let
all
me
we've been
flip this
hearing.
for
My
you.
point is that's all we've been hearing about for the last however long. Number 9. Do we stay there? Do we pass? Do we trade? Do we draft Jalen Carter? Do we exhaust ourselves with the conversation of this?
Okay. Let me ask you a question.
What?
What's the OJ's number 1 song?
The OJs?
See? You see what I'm saying? The
No, this
OJ.
is the Beatles number 0 song. This is nobody even. This is probably the only song that anybody that knows who the Beatles is doesn't know this song because it's so obscure. Are you saying? Are you
Me? I wouldn't know.
Exactly.
I don't know that song.
I would have never even known it until I heard it once, and I've never heard it again until I just played it now because I'm trying to transition into number 9, guys. What is the history of number 9 for the Bears?
Brian Urlacher. That's a good start.
Thank you,
Hall
guys.
of Famer.
Not at all.
Can you guys give
Hall of
me the other
Famer.
5?
I probably could, but I might be cheating.
Oh, you're gonna be cheating.
Yeah, I definitely have to cheat.
How much of a Bears fan are you?
Come
Come on, give me one more number 9, guys.
Oh,
Put
Jaquan
the cell
Brisker,
phone down,
obviously.
Sean. You gotta have
If
one
you're
more
asking
number
for
9.
2.
Yeah, I don't know.
2016.
Oh yeah, Leonard Floyd.
Leonard Floyd.
Mm.
Yeah.
So the Bears, the point that I'm trying to transition to in here is the Bears have had 6 number 9 picks in their entire history. You want to know who they are?
Yeah.
No?
Go for it.
You don't want to know. So 2016, Leonard Floyd. 2000, Brian Urlacher. 1979, Al Harris. 1944. Huh?
No, I said number 90, Al Harris.
Yes. And then all the way back to 1944, Ray Evans. And he was listed as a TB, a tailback, which back then, I don't know if they transitioned him or if that's what the position was before it became quarterback, but he was a quarterback. He went 5 of 7. He had 5 touchdowns, 17 interceptions for 924 yards and a 46.7 completion percentage. And then 1943, Bob Stuber, he was a halfback from DePaul. His career had 79 rushes for 461 yards and 3 touchdowns. But he did have a 5.8 yards per carry percentage. That was pretty nice. Then you go back to 1941, Don Scott, halfback, Michigan. No stats. So how do you guys feel about sticking at number 9? Does the history show you that we're going to get a Brian Urlacher? Is it feasible to go against the grain and take a Carter at 9? Is it better to trade back and move to the 15 range where it seems a little bit safer? Or does this not matter at all? Does history not matter at all?
The history doesn't matter at all.
No.
It doesn't matter at all. But to answer your question, I really hope they do not take Jalen Carter. And not because of the criminal activity or being arrested. That to me that was just something dumb he did. But to totally not be ready for your pro day. What was it, 2 weeks after the combine, after they you had to fly back to Georgia,
Yeah.
and get bailed out, and then 2 weeks later you were totally unprepared. Kid, he might be a great kid, but he definitely, that shows me one thing. He's immature, and yeah, Detroit may take him, and in 5 years he may be all pro, but that at this point is too big of a gamble with, like we talked about earlier, Dan. This is the most important offseason in Bears history.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just too big of a risk. Personally, I'd like to see him go to 17 and get 32 from Pittsburgh.
But don't forget about this number 9, Chris.
Last year, all of the playoff games with a lacerated kidney, as Fuller started 4 of those last 6 games of the season. But here he is, Jim McMahon, 8 All-American from Brigham Young University, has taken over for the Bears. Pressure on the first play, and right open. I love it! Willie Gault, forget it. If he gets behind you, it's over, and McMahon paid the price, but he got the touchdown, 70-yard touchdown. He really got hammered just as he released the ball. And that Johnson was coming on the blitz.
He was a decent quarterback. That was a heck of a moment.
Part number 9 in Bears history.
Number 9, you're correct.
I don't know about still don't know about the Jalen thing, because listen, the kid, you don't know what we don't know what he's going through, because we all look at these things. And Lawrence Holmes wrote an article on it today, and I was like, I've been saying this the whole time. Like, you don't know what this kid is going through. And you talk about your what is the pro day? What are they going to learn at the pro day that you don't know from the tape? What are they going to learn from the pro day? Okay, the kid's going through something. We don't know how he's reacted to his teammate and Stafford being dead. We don't know how he's reacting to social media and people calling him all types of names in a bus. And I would never trade him. He's too big. We don't know how he's doing. How he's doing. And my biggest thing is that's why I think the interviews are so important. And the Bears and all the teams that he talks to will get a better feel, because first of all, I don't think that he's going to be there. I think Detroit's going to take him. They're going to pay him with Aiden Hutchinson, and they're going to be a fucking pain in our ass for the next 12 years. Okay.
Don't say that. Don Burr's in the chat. Don't say that.
Unfortunately, I think that is. And, but trust me, Detroit's going to Detroit themselves. So they don't got to worry about that. They can still have whoever they want. They're still going to Detroit themselves. Ask DeAndre Swift about an open touchdown. He'll tell you.
So, all Sean, right? you would take him at 9?
I would strongly consider it. I really would, because that addresses a need. Now, if we get to that point and there's a couple of good people that you want, then yeah, I could probably trade back. I just don't want to trade or pass up on this guy if he's there, and then he goes on to have a phenomenal career because you thought he was immature. Well, yeah, he's 22 years old. Just the most 22-year-olds are immature, and we all do stupid shit. I said that today on my show. I dated a girl when I was at Holy Cross, and her dad bought her a eggshell white 944 Porsche. Okay, dude, I hit 100 miles an hour on the Mass Pike.
Mm-hmm.
All right, I was doing 100 miles an hour. All right,
mm-hmm.
So I get it. You're a kid. You're in college.
Sure.
So I'm not so quick to be like, oh man, he's horrible. Like a lot of people are just jumping on him. I'm like, relax, dude. He made a mistake. He was stupid. We all did dumb shit. Okay, and if he says, hey, listen, maybe the fact that these 2 people dying really got my shit straight. All right, I'm fucked in the head now. All right, because I'm still trying to process it. At that point, sometimes football might not be that important because he knows he's getting first round money. All right, he just screwed up. So again, to me, it's not the pro day, it's the tape. Let's go look at what has he done. What has he done? And remember, that happened right after, or wasn't it in December before the bowl game? Didn't it happen?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So now everyone's wondering, why did he have a shitty semifinal game? Well, guess what? Now it comes to light that his teammate died, and you don't know how close he was to his teammate. If that was his boy, that you know what I mean? Well, okay, it's a little different.
Yeah, I get that, and you're not wrong in anything you said. But he might be a very good kid, and he might be being misjudged. But my job is to make sure the Bears make the right move. And I think money magnifies who you are. And so, you give this kid first round pick money. Who's to say he could go either way? I mean, I don't know. We don't know. And given, excuse me, just given the given the value of that pick and the importance of it, I think I just wouldn't draft him. He didn't react well to.
Damon just said exactly what I was going to say. It could be a Warren Sapp or a Randy Moss type of deal, you know.
Exactly.
And
Right.
Randy,
You guys
Warren
want to
Sapp
know my
was a
relationship to
pothead.
number 9? You
Right.
guys want to know my relationship to
If he
number
gets
9?
into the right situation with the McCaskies and that ownership, right? He might get under the right wings, and it'll help him
Coach
mature
Eberflus
as a young man.
set
Yeah.
that culture. So
Right.
Okay, I'll tell you guys my relationship to number 9. It ain't got nothing to do with football.
Number
I
9.
was
Number 9.
I was at Kenny's
9.
Ribs in University Park, and the motherfuckers only gave me 9 rib tips.
what?
I was pissed off. I got in the
Is that
car.
for the whole
and
order?
Little ass rib tips, and I went back in that store. I was like, man, what is this, man? 9 rib tips? He's like, how many were we supposed to give you? I said, these little motherfuckers, you should have gave me 20. Fuck is this,
How
man?
much for one rib?
There's a whole bunch of fries and a couple of bitty ass ribs.
A handful of Kool-Aid.
Change for 100. How much for one rib?
Look at what Triple R says.
I'm sorry, no man. Call me back to I'm gonna get you, sucker. There, it was right in the chat. I had to do it.
I love Chris Rock, and what's the movie with how much for an order of ribs?
Yeah, man, I'm gonna get you, sucker. I'm gonna get you.
Yeah,
Sucker.
$10 for ribs? How much for?
If you haven't seen it, classic film.
Oh my
Holy
goodness,
smokes.
I love it.
I'm gonna get you, sucker.
My
All right,
guts
so
cost
to
more
speak
than-
on
$5
somebody,
for ribs back then, guys.
That's a hilarious
inflation,
shit,
yo,
man.
inflation. So Jalen Carter, we touched on this a little bit last week, but I'll start with the good old historical piece. I thought I was going to be edgy and say, nah, history doesn't matter, and then y'all killed that for me. I have to agree. We've gone through some ups and downs. I'm straight up just looking forward now. This is Paul's show. Do the darn thing, dude. I'm with you however you do it. Carter, yeah. We don't want to crucify the kid, for 2 shitty weeks in life. I you know what I mean? I know we've all had, a couple of bad weeks out there. It happens to the best of us. I'm not sure if crucifying the kid is the best idea. At the same time, I'm not sure if we are the best place for him to develop by way of mentality and attitude. I know Hit's principle is a thing. I'm worried he may not be able to buy in that regard.
Wait, Matt, we talked about the cold today, right? In text. What if you take, that Georgia boy? He's literally a half an hour away from me. 45 minutes at work. Maybe he's like an hour away from where I live, going to college.
Listen,
from where
you put him
in Chicago and he's got to bundle up all the time.
Yeah,
you guys help him out a little bit. The weather kind of helps to temperament you a little bit, doesn't it?
Oh, you think he's gonna be his temperament will improve in freezing cold Chicago
Yeah,
weather.
because it
Could be angry.
I'm Canadian. Remember that. Like
Slow down a little
temperament
bit,
has not improved.
you don't want to drive as
Just let
fast,
you know.
you know.
This guy texted me today. Shorty texted me, and he's like, "Hey man, I was out there jet skiing. We're on the sea, dudes. We're doing it up." I'm like, I hate you, Shorty. I got freezing rain outside. I'm scraping ice off my vehicle. It's a problem. Yeah, so I'm a little sour about the Canadian weather, if you haven't figured out, and I'm sure a fair amount of Chicagoans are as well.
But
That
couldn't you
being
agree it
said,
would slow him
don't see
down
it
a little
improving
bit?
his-
You wouldn't
his
want to drive
attitude.
as fast, maybe?
Chicago was pretty warm today.
Oh, it might prevent.
It was warm
It might
today.
prevent auto accidents. I'm not in Chicago. I'm in Canada.
Yeah.
I'm just
So,
saying.
it was warm for you, Sean, but it was still snowing for him.
Yeah, yeah, it's a problem. So
That I can't help you with. Sorry, Papa.
So fellas, where do you go get your rib tips in Chicago?
Man, I haven't had rib tips in a minute. I used to go on the west side, Coleman's. I had on the south side. There was a spot by Curie where I used to teach on Archer called oh shit! I just don't know. Not Mr. Ribs. I can't even think of the name now. I just Coleman's and that.
You ain't been to Limbs. You cheating yourself.
Where?
Limbs.
Yeah,
look them up.
Guys, we got Swifty from Sports Network in the house, and He's bringing people over here to watch the show. We appreciate you, Swifty. He's always been a big supporter, especially of this show, because I kind of worked with him to help me kind of be one of the first people that came on to make it work, to have people from chat come in. So appreciate you, Swifty, man, big time.
Leon, sorry, Leon, that's what it was.
Ooh, somebody said Leon's on Archer.
Yeah, Leon's.
I ain't been to that
one.
one.
Oh, Cornelius. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. It was right by Curie. So that's where I would go sometimes too. Man, we
got some good tips in there.
Yeah. Got a bucket. Get a bucket.
Guys, I moved down to Georgia and I couldn't find any good barbecue. So I built a smokehouse in my backyard that looks like an outhouse. And I put brisket in there and ribs and all sorts of shit. And I make it better than anywhere I can go, anywhere around me in the South. And it's sometimes you just gotta, you just have to. If you can't find it, you got to make it good. Yourself. You got to figure out how to do it.
Right.
Yeah,
that's right. Okay.
You got to figure out how to make your grandma's recipe, right?
Can I ask you guys a football question? This just one. Just give me one name without too much explanation. Give me a little color to it if you want to. And everybody in the chat, is there one guy that's on the roster now that was a pickup during the season? We made multiple pickups during the season that you're eager to see how he plays out in training camp. I'll give you a name that's really stuck out to me.
During the season last year?
Who?
You said during the season and this off season as well?
They made some pickups. It's two, really. It's Donovan Jeter and it's Terrell Lewis for me.
Terrell Lewis is my guy.
Yeah.
Terrell Lewis is the dude I'm really anxious to see. That's why I asked if it was just last season or this offseason as well. Yeah, Lewis is the dude I'm really anxious to see, because if he can stay healthy, like he was a monster at Bama. So we can see if he can get that first. And I'm not expecting him to be a Khalil Mack. All I'm expecting him to be is a legitimate threat in a rotation. And I think that's what we're trying to get, is that rotation. If he can be a guy who's coming off the corner in a rotation, man, I'll be happy to pick and slop, because that's what we need. We need a couple waves, man. We need a couple waves for that defense, because that secondary we talked about earlier is a strength. So you got fresh D linemen and outside linebackers, or edge or rush, whatever you want to call them. They're going to help our secondary a lot, and we're going to see a lot more Eddie Jackson picks, and we're going to see a lot more Jaquan Brisker separating receivers from the football. We're going to see a lot more breakups and a few more picks from Kyler Gordon and Jalen Johnson. So I think it's that Terrell Lewis kid. I hope he can stay healthy, and hope he comes out with a chip on his shoulder, man. Like your football life is on the line right here, kid. You got to show up and show out.
Okay.
And
I want to hear what Chris got to. Hold on, man. What Chris got?
I'm not sure. Was Andrew Brown on the roster?
No.
Well, they picked him up during the season, didn't they?
Yeah, we picked him up.
Yeah, he was Virginia. Am I right? Virginia Tech.
Yeah, Virginia.
He was a player down there. I almost forgot they picked him up, because he never. I'm not sure how many reps he got. Kind of like Terrell Lewis, but I think. He could definitely add something to the line.
Okay, Matt. I'll throw you one. Michael Ojemudia.
Yeah, Iowa.
Okay.
Ojemudia.
Yeah.
I was gonna say Dom Rob. Dom Rob kind of needs to step up his whole show, but
who's that kid you said needs to step up?
Dominique Robinson.
Oh, yeah.
Earlier
Weatherford,
today,
yes. Alex
Weatherford's another one, actually. Yes. Weatherford's very interesting.
Earlier today, Sean, on your show, you said something about quantity over quality in the chat to you, and then I think you had posed the question earlier in the show that about would you rather have one superstar or a couple of a bunch of good to great players, and if you look at this draft for what we need, how many actual superstars are there that would be a major game-changing player for our team? There's so many questions now with Carter. There's, with Anderson possibly being a defensive scheme fit or not. There is, we don't need a quarterback. when you start getting into the nuts and bolts of it, isn't it really better just to keep trading down in this draft because there's so much quality that you can get at defensive line, defensive end, offensive line in some categories. You can get wide receivers later. You can get safeties, cornerbacks. It's kind of what we've been talking about the whole night. So isn't it more of a quantity over quality draft for you guys? How do you guys feel?
I definitely think that's my whole. I hope they trade down. That when you guys talked about going from 1 to 2 and gathering picks, that's what I hope they did originally. I didn't want them to jump all the way to 9, but now that they're there, I really would like to see them trade down and gather some picks. I think if you're good, if the scouting staff is good, you can get more than just serviceable players later, in the draft. You can get, guys that are not just quality starters, but, you can get some Pro Bowl players later, I think they're there. Felix on a DK, Hozuma, I love that kid.
Mm-hmm.
I think he's one of the probably top 3 pass rushers in the whole draft.
How many people in this room would it peeve off if they drafted or if they traded if they ended up going down a little bit too farther out of your comfort and got a 2025 first? Because if you had a 2024 and a 2025 first round pick from either of those teams, you still have 2 first round picks in the next 2 years, and you're going into now a quarterback who's going to be looking for a new contract. Wouldn't it? You don't be setting yourself up like the Chiefs with trading Tyreek Hill, where you had multiple picks in a year where you were now paying a quarterback.
Sure. Can I give you 2 cents? Can I give you 2 cents on? I'll give you an overall view on players in this draft and trading back. What Chris was saying. I'm for trading back as much as possible, and I'll tell you why. I'm gonna preface this conversation with I watched the season, and if they did nothing else, they showed me that these guys can coach their asses off. They can develop their asses off. And that's what it's all about. It's about after you know that you got the kind of staff that can do that. Now it's about finding the guys that want it, finding those guys that have that fire and that desire to love football, like they're always talking about. And now when you get to that point, when you got a staff that can do that, it doesn't matter where the fuck you draft at. You're going to find them dogs, them guys that really want it. And I'll give you a short example of some guys that were not drafted. Now, I ain't gonna talking about no late picks or no 5th, 6th, 7th round. I'm talking about guys that were not drafted. I'll give you some guys. Hall of Famer, John Randall. Hall of Famer, Night Train Lane. Hall of Famer, Willie Brown. Hall of Famer, Warren Moon. Kurt Warner, Hall of Famer. James Harrison, not a Hall of Famer yet. Antonio Gates. Wes Welker. Priest Holmes. You know where I'm going.
Mm-hmm.
They're everywhere.
Adam Vinatieri was not drafted.
Well, we got to know I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
All I was going to say is we have to see if this staff can do it. All right, they just got a brand new staff. All right, he fired the last scouting that he had, and this is the first year with him. So we got to see if they can do it. This is one of the reasons I wanted 1 to 2 and 2 to 4 or 2 to 9, whatever. I want to get accumulate a lot of second round picks for this year because of that depth. I do think we can have a great defense. Shorty, to answer your question, to double down what I said earlier in the show, I think if we have a lot of good to great players, we don't need that generational Aaron Donald type player. So we want waves. But you can get one of those upper tier. Maybe he's just outside of that generational talent, and maybe Tyree Wilson's that dude. Right? He fits everything that they're talking about. So violence, length, and tenacity. We'll see. But I would rather have. I'm good with getting a lot of really good guys because I want waves. I want different types of pass rushes. I want a NASCAR package. I want, you know what I mean? We'll have a couple guys, 2 guys in there who are just specialists, like Mark Anderson type shit. Like he only comes in at third and 5 or more. This Joker's on the field, and everybody's like 270 and under, and they're getting their ass to the quarterback quick, fast, in a hurry. So just different types of things.
Sean, would you think I was bullshitting you if I told you Nate Newton and Tony Romo weren't drafted?
Oh, Romo wasn't drafted. I didn't know that.
Would you think I was bullshitting you?
No.
I knew
That's
that.
true.
I wouldn't.
It's the truth. Nate Newton was not drafted. John Randall was not drafted. James Harrison, not drafted. Jeff Saturday was not drafted. Cameron Wake was not drafted.
Played
John
Canada.
Starworth. It's so many guys, man.
Mhm.
So
Jason Peters was not drafted.
Jason Peters.
for me, I definitely trade back, and the reality is if Paris Johnson's there, I'm thinking about it. If Jalen Carter's there, I'm thinking about it. These are two potential picks in my mind. Outside of that, the sweet spot in the draft is where is right in between where Sean sort of said it was earlier. We're talking about 25 to, I'm going to say 49, maybe. It's somewhere in and around there, and it's just before we pick.
Right.
It's
Right
right.
when we
in
lost.
between
I
our two
think it
picks.
extends into the third round.
Well, it gets there's
Yeah.
value to be had there as well.
Mhm.
Not to say that there isn't, but the sweet spot and my the first thing for me to say here is I kind of want us to get a running back. I'll be surprised if we do, but I like Bijan and I really like Gibbs.
Look on Sean's face. What?
I know. I think Gibbs would be I'd say like they're both very good pass catching backs, and I think in that scenario it would really help out Justin's short game. Short game was a bit of an issue for us last year. I think it would help out quite a bit. But I don't necessarily want it to be our first pick, and if it is, I'm hoping that Ryan kind of rides that wave, trading back to a point where Bijan's gone and he can snag Gibbs and has accumulated a bunch of seconds and can now fill out the entire team. I don't expect this to happen, but I would love it to happen.
I got a feeling. I got a strong feeling. Where are we at? We got 10 picks. I think when it's all said and done, we'll be 15 and better.
I hope so.
Because I know for a fact that Ryan Poles, I think he was fishing on flukes. He was fishing to see, we're gonna really screw this season up. But we're gonna get you some guys. We're gonna let you get some guys that you think you can play with. Let's see how well you develop. And based off of that, and I'm saying this based off of what I've seen on film and what I've seen them say and do. I'm not just pulling shit out of my ass. I'm telling you guys, these guys can coach and these guys can develop. When you have that structure there as a GM, it doesn't really matter where you get a guy, whether it's the first pick in the draft or the last pick of the draft. After the draft, it doesn't matter. It's about what happens when you get them, how you develop. And I think he knows he has the right guy in place. Eberflus is a hell of a coach. I don't know that he's gonna get the kind of praise that I'm gonna give him across the board, but I watch the film, I watch him, I watch his interviews, I listen to what he says and what he puts on the field. I'm telling you, this guy can develop talent. Doesn't matter where we get a guy, as long as they get the guy that really has fire and desire and wants to play football and is serious about it, he's gonna develop them. I'm telling you. So it doesn't matter where we get guys.
He developed a culture, and it kind of does. Is you got to have the talent. Like you could be a hard worker, you could be a work hard guy, and but if you ain't talented, like you know what I mean. I think they that second round, as they said, I do agree with you that they can coach. I do agree they can develop talent. So now if we can get talent, I don't want to get fourth round talent and have them play above their heads. Let's get second round talent and have them play above their heads like first round talent, which is why I'm adamant. Going full circle again. I'm huge into that second round. We got 53, 61, and 64. All right, 11 slots, 3 picks, great. But like I said, you got other teams picking a lot in there before we get there. We got to get up in there, to get us a quality player. I don't want Detroit keep getting good players, Minnesota getting good players, Green Bay getting good players, and now we're picking. Now, we'll have 3 and 11, but man, a lot of other the better talents. And I shouldn't even say better talent, here's the most important thing. We're missing the one whole thing. Ryan Poles, and this is why I trust him, is because he is adamant about getting people that fit his system, not the best player on the board, because the best player on the board could be a wrong system fit. So he's looking at people that fit his system. And sometimes, think about the Patriots and how many 5'10", 5'11" white dudes did Tom Brady throw to? Edelman, Amendola, Welker, same dude, different name, right? It was part of the system. So if he can get guys that fit the system and get them as high as he can, as talented as he can, they might be the third or fourth or fifth or sixth best person at that position coming out. But damn, if they fit his system perfectly, that's half the battle is getting guys who fit your system. And I think Ryan Poles, to this point, has been very adamant about it, about picking guys that fit his system, about not overpaying people. And I think that's why it'll be okay. I'm still a little leery about trading back out of number 9, but I do understand it, just because I don't want a whole round to go around and we don't pick. All right. I look at DJ Moore, I'm like, okay, it's still a first round pick for us. But then I look back like, yeah, we still haven't picked. It's 37, it's 40, it's whatever.
Not only the system, but the culture. They fit the culture. You look at the entire draft of Ryan Poles and the free agency signings. They all fit the culture of the Bears. And they, as much as we might have been annoyed by it our whole lives, like, oh, they always have to have the good guy and this guy. But when you're sitting here looking at in the world that we're living in now, and we have the good guys, and it's been the Bears that have held that culture together for all these years to keep the kind of players on their team that fit the mold of that organization. Eventually, at some point, you have to give them kudos for that. And I'm going to finally say they deserve it. These guys last year fit the culture of everything I've ever heard about a McCaskey-type player, a good guy, a Chicago Bear, someone that is respectful and is good for the community. And they speak well, and they love the football, So I'm done. Go ahead, man.
Mr. Shorty, I want to before we get too far away from this conversation, Swift said something earlier when I asked the question of who is a player that's on this roster that we grabbed during the season that you really want to see, develop in training camp. He mentioned Kellen Diesch. And we always talking about he's an offensive lineman. He's an offensive tackle. Mm-hmm. And we're always talking about how bad this line is and how much we need to fill this hole or that hole. And we haven't seen them be proactive on getting guys in free agency, and everybody's upset with the Bears because of that. Well, maybe it's that they feel good about some of the guys that they were developing all season that you didn't see on the field, like a Jatyree Carter, like a Diesch. So, we got a limited sample of Alex Leatherwood. We got to see what he can and can't do. You know what I mean? But we didn't see him on a certain side of the ball that he played on when he was in college. But back to Kellen Diesch. I study these guys, and I keep saying that to people, and I'm not trying to beat my chest or anything. Kellen Diesch is got a lot of upside. A lot of upside. If he gets stronger, his problem was the same as Jatyree Carter. He was a bull rush problem, and so he's working. He's got an easier job to do as far as strengthening his core than Braxton Jones has, because he had an ass. He's got a butt. He's got a butt under. He just got to strengthen it. And young guys dealing with grown men in the NFL, most guys. Offensive linemen are going to run into that problem. But Kellen Diesch is going to be a guy you definitely want to keep your eyes on in the preseason.
No man, you mentioned Leatherwood, dude, and that was, I'm telling you, he's not. Hopefully, he doesn't get. I don't anticipate him getting mono again. I don't anticipate him losing 25 pounds. I want to see him at full strength. I want to see him at full explosion, full quickness, full power. I want to see that, because he didn't have a problem on run fits. He didn't have a problem at all. He was able to. I've seen watched a lot of chip to the second level. I saw that. It was just the pass rush, because he just wasn't as quick as he normally was. Now, with a full year, with being healthy, a full year in an off-season program, I like to see what that dude has. And you talked about maybe he's one of the dudes that they're developing. and that could be your right tackle right there. Everybody wants, well, this guy and this guy, this guy and this guy, this guy and this guy, but they know what they have in house, and they know they see the progression. They see they see how he's his quickness is progressing, his explosiveness, how much he's hand cleaning. And I don't think they're snatching, but how much he's hand cleaning and jumping on plyos. They see it, we don't, and maybe he's that dude. But I've been a big fan of Leatherwood. I hope he shows out, man. I really do, because that would take care of a huge issue on the offensive line.
I hope all you guys are super right on all of that. I don't have any of the faith that you guys do. I think I'm just being realistic, right? Like I think Kellen Deesh is.
You're a scoring Bear fan, dude. You're a scoring Bear fan.
I am. Unfortunately, that's
right?
It is the truth. It is the truth. I think Kellen Deesh is awesome. I think he looks good. I think Jalen Carter looks good. The reason why I'm slightly the scoring Bears fan on this one is like they would have, if they had some secret sauce in the background somewhere cooking up, they would have played it last year. And they've tried to throw different things on that line while we were struggling, and we continue to struggle. If the fix was in the building, I'd be very surprised to hear that today. Maybe it is, but I'd be very surprised. I still see them. See them doubling down, tripling down on the O-line.
Well, Matt, they did have the fix in for the year. They decided at some point, we can argue about when they decided that they were going to tank. And Chris, I want to hear what you got to say about this. But they decided they were gonna sinkhole this season, and they decided that certain guys, there's multiple guys that didn't play this year that I would love to have seen. And we don't know what they were looking at in practice. I know this. Jalen Carter never touched the practice squad one fucking time this year. Yep. Not one fucking time. Because if he hits the practice squad, somebody can grab it.
He's a rare athlete at that size. And I think, to what Keds was saying, the development for him and Deesh is just strength training. I mean, not getting pushed around, because Jalen Carter, he played point guard in high school.
What?
He was a point guard in high school.
He's nimble as fuck.
This is what I'm saying. He has rare athleticism for a man his size. So, no, man, I'm with you, man, and I'm doubling down on that, because Poles he's an offensive lineman. That's his background. I have to trust him as far as, the way he evaluates these guys. I mean, like you said, man, he never once touched the practice squad. He would have been gone. And we're talking about, moving Cody to center, and is Davis going to move right to left, or, if this kid's got strength, if he's improved his strength, that could be your answer at left guard right there.
And just one really quick thing. I see Jordan talking about Zach Thomas. I've never had anything negative to say about Ryan Poles and any of his picks. But the Zach Thomas pick, that was strange to me, because as soon as when I'm watching the draft, I go right to the tape. And then I go to what they look like in tights. And I saw him, and his legs are so fucking small. There's no way that guy could have stood up to the pressure of any defensive lineman in the league. He was not. I have to think that maybe there was somebody in that room, an offensive line coach that thought, hey, you know what? Give me that guy. Just give me that. They drafted him late, so it was probably like a throwaway pick. And they felt like it was a coach in that room that told Ryan Poles, give me this guy. I think I can work with him. I can get him where we need him to be. And it didn't make any sense at all to me. But if I had any qualm about any pick that Ryan Poles ever made or any decision, it was that guy. Zach Thomas did not. He's not NFL ready. He's got toothpicks for legs, man. He's weak as shit, man. He has no business being in the NFL, to be honest with you. Damn, I didn't know I was gonna drop the mic.
Left it was Zach Thomas.
Y'all forgot who the fuck that dude was, didn't you?
Mm-hmm.
No, he
thought
got
it
stripped
was-
up out of the practice squad, and what can you do now, right? I wasn't just like he triple dipped on tackle last time around. I thought the first thing he learned was just how to manipulate the draft, and I think he was just kind of playing around with it, and I thought that was cool. I think he's going to triple dip at the very least again this year on that O line. I expect to see a center, a tackle, and likely a guard. I'm thinking.
You think he'll be in later in the draft? Because I'm thinking you got to address that D line. I know you signed some people, but you want young, hungry, talented guys that you could get in that second and third round, which they're at. Again, I'd like to move it up a little in that second round, but you're still in the second round.
I think he can. I think he can accomplish all of the above, right? I think you can get a key player early, whether that's in the first or trading back. Two defensive players towards the top of the second. Then you start to look at your three offensive linemen. In that range, it would be somewhere like somebody like a Blake Freeland, Joe Tippmann as a center a little bit later on. And then I would aim for a guy like either Andrew Voorhees, who recently hurt himself, a bit later on for guard, or Chandler Zavala even further back. But there's guys there that I think could be difference makers on that offensive line that we could bring in, that Poles can have easy access to, while still bolstering the defensive line with at least one defensive tackle and one edge rusher. We'll see what he does.
I'd much rather see him double dip, or triple dip on the defensive line. I think that is far and away. That's the need, the biggest need. They've got to get a starting edge rusher. They've got to.
Hey guys, I want to ask you guys, all of you guys. Sean, I'll start with you first. Have you seen a guy in the draft? Forget the rounds, forget any of that stuff. Give me a guy that you see, that you watched on tape. Give me a guy that you think is an absolute beast. And if he gets on this team, he's going to be a difference maker. And you guys in the chat too.
Well,
yeah. So I saw. Well,
go ahead,
Sean. Out of the ball? Does it matter?
Nope.
Just period. Okay.
Let's go around the horn with you. We'll start with you, Sean. We'll go. Then Chris next. You can finish up.
Man, if I could only have one, it's so. Man, I got two, one on each side. Give me Wright, the kid from Tennessee. I really like that kid. When you got SEC rushers saying that he's the toughest dude they faced, that's a guy who I think you should take a double look at. And I think Tyree Wilson is a guy is going to be. I think his time is yet to come. I think he's got a lot of hype. He's got a lot of everything, but I think he's going to ascend to a higher startup. So I mean, I know you said one, but those are two guys that if we can get one of those dudes somewhere, somehow, some way, I think they would be immediate impact players.
Yeah, I can give 53 guys, but give me one, man.
I give you two.
Okay.
That's what you're getting. Go for it, Chris.
Sean, you took one. I really like Darnell Wright. That's why I'd want him to trade back, because I think they can get him.
You might, yeah.
Yeah, they can get him in the 20s. I think. One guy, you guys are gonna kill me for this, but I think the one guy that I think his ceiling is so far high. His floor is probably not right now, but Lucas Van Ness,
kid,
the Iowa kid. I'm going to tell you why. I cannot. The tape of him setting. What's the kid with the short arms from Northwestern? The tackle.
Skoronski
and Paris Johnson. He set them both in the quarterback's laps. I mean, just his strength is, and it didn't show up. Didn't show up when he benched. I think he only benched 18 times. But man, he set Skoronski in the Northwestern quarterback's lap, and he embarrassed him. Now that's 2 plays, but his motor, I just think he's JJ Watt's child. I really do. I think he's his love child, and I'd love to see him getting it. It's a risk. It's definitely a risk, but I think his ceiling. I think his ceiling's high. I like Felix too. I really love Felix too.
Okay. What you got, Keydro?
I'll give you guys somebody different. I did talk about him last week, and he's not numbered. He's not a ninth pick case scenario. He's a fair amount back, further back. But I really like me some Nathaniel Tank Dell.
That's my guy too, kids.
That's my
guy.
That's a good one.
That's my
Tank
guy.
Dell just separates all day long. It's disgusting to watch on tape, and he's one of the first guys I really started to follow, and then I started to watch everybody else and sort of compare and contrast. All of the receivers have, levels of awesomeness, but just that separation ability that he has, I don't see anybody else that has that package. It's just a little bit different. I don't know. I love Nick Dell.
You should have gave us an offensive and a defensive guy.
Okay. I you know what? We'll go back around the horn. Let's finish this one up. Okay.
All right.
Shorty, you want one? I know it is. Darnell Washington, man. Let's just get it over.
No. It's not Darnell Washington. It's it's Will Levis. Remember? No, I mean, I've been sitting there listening to you guys, and I just keep going back to the fucking frame of mind I keep having, which is quantity over quality. I don't have any one particular guy. Normally, prior to last July, when I started doing my own podcast, and then I got sucked into the bar room by Aldo, I have never actually studied and gone through the draft like I have at this point in my entire life. I've always waited until a week or two before. And then I gather up all the free agents that we signed. I gather up all the combine and draft information that I have. And then I look at tape and I go through them and I decide, okay, who do we need? Who do we, what holes are we going to fill and what players do I want? And I'm not quite there yet. But what I will say, Nomad, is that this is the first time I've ever gone this deep into this, and so this is why I don't do it, is because my brain is just like, it's going fucking crazy with all these different names in my head, and I'm like, I don't even know. This guy looks good. That guy looks good. A quarterback would be great at 9. So and so, you could go on and on. And so I keep going back to quantity over quality, and at this point, I'm going to be happy with a shitload of players that we select based on all the talking that we've been doing about it, that everyone, including you in chat and you, Nomad, and everyone here has educated myself on. So thank you very much for that. I guess you kind of learn something every day when you're doing a podcast.
Okay.
So it's kind of quantity over quality for me.
Respect. Yeah. I'm going to go back around the horn because Chris requested. We're going to go. I'm going to give you my take, and I'm going to give you two sides of the ball, and you guys can chop it up how you choose. I think the most unique motherfucker in this draft defensively to me is Will McDonald. I've never seen a guy like him that can really attack a quarterback in ways in the bag that he has in his pass rush ability. He's got a bag. I mean, he's giving out gifts, Christmas gifts to everybody. He's gonna fuck over people in the NFL, man, because he's got so much in his bag. And that's that. Offensively, the guy that really sticks out to me as a unicorn, and I'm almost on Matt's side, but it's fucking Zay Flowers. This dude is a beast, man. I'm not bullshitting you. Forget how big he is. Fuck that.
His route running is awesome. He can run routes, man.
Throw how big he is the fuck out the window. It don't matter. He's a motherfucking Saint Bernard in his heart, but he's the Chihuahua size. That motherfucker don't care. He's a monster.
Yeah.
And he's gonna show the league that if you didn't pick me, I'm gonna show you something.
Do you question McDonald's bend at all? Does he have great bend?
Oh my God, that motherfucker's a rubber band.
I need to go back and look at him again.
He's like another
Yeah, go back and look at that.
Yeah.
number 94 that we just traded.
That motherfucker's spine is a rubber band. He doesn't have bones.
Mm.
But what about
or
Zach
his back?
Harrison? What about Zach Harrison, Nomad? He's like 6'4", 6'5". He's got like a 36 inch arm span or whatever. 30, yeah. You know what I'm saying?
Arm length 36.
4'4", 40. The dude's massive. He's like 6'6".
He's stiff. He's pretty stiff.
Wouldn't that be quantity over like a Tyree Wilson who has the similar measurables where you can get him like a little bit later if you can trade down? It's kind of my quantity over quality thought.
You're gonna have to start this. So we're gonna go on the offensive side of the ball. So you go around the horn, Sean, Matt, and then Chris. On the offensive side of the ball, I need a beast.
He's like,
damn.
He's like, I haven't even watched any of this shit. I'm doing my draft next week.
Okay, go. We'll come back to you. Go, Sean.
Okay. So let's get. It's either. I don't know why I think this guy's going to be a plug and play dude. I think it's the attitude for me, and I nicknamed him John Jacob Jingleheimer Schmidt, but that center from Minnesota, I think is going to be a dude that you can plug and play, and I know it's not a glamorous position. I know it's not. It's nothing at all, but it's everything on that offensive line. I think that dude can solidify that, and I think that's exactly what. And it's going to be a young dude, so we're going to have a whole bunch of young jokers on that offensive line developing for Justin. I think he can be someone, and he plays with the nasty disposition that I like. All right, sometimes if you might not be that talented, but if you play with a nasty disposition, that can cover up some things. Not a lot, don't get me wrong, but that can cover up. And if you're talented and with a nasty disposition, so John Jacob Jingleheimer Schmidt is my dude.
He's a beast. He's your offensive beast.
Yes.
Okay, Matt.
All right, we're going defense. I'll keep it short and sweet and get to Chris and just say. No, I did offense. I did Tank Dell the first time around, so I got to go the other way around.
The goal is to keep Sean up.
Wait. Let's get Matt. Let's go to
Okay,
Chris.
then I get skipped. All right,
You coming to me?
Yeah.
go, Chris.
My God, Deuce Vaughn.
Ooh.
Really?
Oh man, God touched his ankles with his finger.
I
Boys,
like
he's got Barry Sanders ankles.
I like it.
He leaves jocks everywhere, man. I love that guy, and people they want to compare him to Tariq.
I was just gonna say, doesn't he give you Tariq Cohen vibes?
No, he's a rock. That kid is a rock. Have you seen this commercial? Where he's got the chains around his neck.
Tariq Cohen vibes.
Believe me, that boy Tariq was not made out of the same stuff. Tariq was good. Deuce Vaughn he's going to play in the NFL, and he's going to be a difference maker for somebody. And I hope he's wearing blue and orange.
Just
Okay.
I don't know, man. It's just eyes, bro. That's it for me. But I hear you. I can dig it. The tiny little guy, man. Tiny little guy.
5'5".
5'5"?
That's what they had him listed as 5'5".
Tank's not much bigger than that. Tank weighs like 160 pounds.
Yeah, but he's not expected to run north-south. You know what I mean? He's
I
a
love
wide
Dell.
receiver.
Don't get me wrong. That was my other guy. Tank Dell's my other guy. I
Really?
see. Oh yeah, I can see him returning kickoffs for us.
Too many guys get size and stature.
That's
and
right.
give too much credence to that.
That's right.
That guy may be small in height, but not in fucking heart. Neither one.
Not in heart at all.
What'd you say? He might look like a Chihuahua, but he's a Rottweiler.
He's a rot. Shit, that dude's a monster. Forget how tall he is and forget all that. Just throw that right out of the window. If that's your measuring stick, I want that dude on my team, and you can go grab whoever else. Give me a whole bunch of them little motherfuckers.
Yeah.
I kick your ass all over the field.
For me, if I had to pick one offensive player, and I when I went to, you might have heard me before when I said, can I repick or redo my pick? It would be Jackson Smith, just because I think he's a generational route runner.
Oh my God! Nah, you ain't doing
Yeah.
this. Are you really doing this?
Now, if I had to have what, I'm not saying at 9. You're asking me if I had to have one offensive player in this draft.
I said a beast. You
I
calling
know,
him
but
a beast?
listen. When you go back and look at drafts, go pull up. I have a bunch of them here. You go and look at how many Hall of Famers come out of any draft. 1, 2, maybe. Lucky to have more than that. So then, if you go like how many All-Pro players, how many Pro Bowl players from that? 3, 4, maybe. How many in the first round? So when it comes down, I've always thought this when I was younger, kind of like when we were all playing Madden when we were kids, and we were deferring the kickoff so that we could have the ball in the second half, right? We could put our defense out there, stop them, maybe we can stop them at the end of the second half, or maybe score before the end of the first half. I mean, and then come back out in the second half and score again on the first drive and get up by 2 points. We were all doing that shit in Madden. And now here we are as adults. Those are the ones our age that are running these teams. So like those guys, if back then when I was thinking, what does it matter if you're taking Jackson Smith-Njigba at 9 and he's a Hall of Famer? Let's just say it was at 9. I'm not saying at 9, but if it was at 3, would it matter? If there was only 3 Hall of Famers in this entire draft, and somebody took Jackson Smith at 3, and he became a Hall of Famer, would it matter? It's kind of like Patrick Mahomes. If the Bears would have just stuck at 3 and drafted Mahomes, the entire world would have been like, "What the fuck are they doing? They're drafting Mahomes at 3." And
Okay,
then
Shorty. I'm gonna help your argument. I'm gonna help your argument
right now, right? So
I'm gonna help
said,
your
I
argument.
said that when
and
they
a player
drafted Trubisky.
at that, no matter what position, draft them.
Okay, I'm gonna help his argument. Maybe I should narrow this down, and the chat's about to go nuts because what we're gonna do really quickly and go around the horn all these times. Give me the guy position. We got left tackle. We're gonna start at the offensive line. Give me your beast left tackle. Shorty, go.
My beast left tackle.
Yep.
I haven't scouted them yet because I'm
Just give me a
confident in
name.
Braxton Jones.
Just give me a name. We'll come back to you if you don't
Jones.
got one.
Braxton Jones.
No, undrafted.
Oh. I haven't scouted them because we have Braxton Jones.
Okay, we'll come back to you. Sean, what you got?
He hasn't scouted them either.
Probably the beast left tackle would be, right's the right tackle. Probably Paris.
I like it.
But would Paris be left or right? Wouldn't you put him at right if you drafted him because of Braxton Jones? Is my point?
You don't know.
No,
we don't know.
That's the position he's playing right now. He's playing left tackle, so I accept that. Paris Johnson.
Fair enough.
Okay, Chris.
Yep, I agree. Paris Johnson is the left tackle.
Okay,
I concur.
Which I don't think we need.
See, I'm the guy that I was going, well, if we drafted him, he'd be our right tackle because Braxton Jones is our left tackle. He's going to bulk up. He's going to build that upper body strength. He's going to
talking about guys that's playing in college right now, man.
So yeah, Shorty, don't get too caught up in that because that's a whole other can of worms.
Yeah. We'll swerve the conversation over there. We'll swerve the conversation to you about that.
For the sake of the conversation, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, my guy, we're talking about a beast. We ain't talking about technique and skill, because if it was about skill and technique, it would be Paris Johnson. But pure beast, it's Broderick Jones.
He was my second.
Broderick Jones.
He was my second. Yeah.
He's number 2.
He was my second.
Yeah,
my instinct. See, here's where I come from. Like as I was saying earlier, my instinct wanted to say Broderick Jones, but I didn't know if he was a right tackle or a left tackle because I haven't scouted him yet because I'm not there yet. So, and I was confident enough in Braxton Jones to not even look there. So, fuck. I think you're in the same place here, Sean.
All right, man. You gotta just call me sometime. I'll brush you up a little bit, shape you up.
And truth be told, man, it doesn't matter where he plays, and here's why.
Right.
You need depth. All right. You need depth. You don't want, if Braxton Jones goes to the right side, okay, and you know what I mean? Like now he's got experience on both sides. Okay. You need depth. someone said Braxton Jones wasn't NFL ready. Well, you tell me someone else who wasn't NFL ready who started every game and played every snap. Okay, so just because he may not be a gold jacket. The fact of the matter is, he played 17 games. Yeah, as much as he sucked.
Right.
Yeah, I mean,
Okay.
Don't get me started there. But now with that, that's
okay. Let's go back around the horn.
Come on, it's open mic night. Go on a rant.
You asked the question.
Shorty, we'll put you. We'll hold because you probably don't know who this is. Give me your beast left guard in this
My
draft.
beast left guard in this draft probably would be Skronsky.
That's
That's a good one.
He's right.
Thank you.
Short
See,
arms, fair
I've
enough.
been saying a little
Sean,
bit of
Short arms, it's not a bad call.
Sean,
yeah. I can't. I haven't done enough on left guard. I've
Just
done
say
enough on left
Skronsky.
guards.
Just say Skronsky.
Okay, we'll go with Skronsky. I'll hop on the shorty
that's
bandwagon.
a good choice. That's a good choice.
See,
Okay,
I
Chris.
just followed the narrative.
Skoronsky's the obvious answer for me too, but I like Avila from TCU.
That's where I would have went.
Good hands.
That's a good call too. What
Mhm.
you got?
I
What
would've
you got,
went-
Matthew?
I would have went Avila or potentially maybe Cody Mock as well. If Cody's arms don't, his arm length doesn't pan out in the NFL. That's the only little worry I have for him.
Okay, just to keep the flow going, I'm gonna go with, and I really believe this, Nick Broker from Mississippi.
That's interesting.
Okay.
Okay. Let's go. Let's get to center.
Yeah. Okay.
Mine
choice is Schmitz.
John Jacob Jingleheimer Schmitz. That's him.
John Jacob Jingle.
I'm dating myself. This is an old song.
No, you're not. Not with me. You're not.
That's true. That's true.
Well,
Not me either, man. I'm right there with you.
Give me your B center. Give me a B center, shorty.
My B center.
Yep. Your beast center, not your favorite center. Your beast.
Oh, my beast center.
Yep.
Oh, Olin Kreutz.
No. Stop it, man. Stop it. Cut it out.
Well, that's what I'm saying. That's where I'm at.
Okay, we'll circle you and come back. Come on, Sean.
You follow
Mine
my
is
lead, John. Just go Olin Kreutz next.
Mine is Schmitz, dude. I think he plays with an attitude that I like personally to have on an offensive line.
Ain't nobody gonna tussle with you for that. Ain't nobody gonna tussle with you for that. Come on, come on.
I meant to say broker. Yeah, I like broker.
Schmitz is again I think he's above and beyond. Right in here, I like Tippmann too from Wisconsin.
Yeah.
Good call. Good call.
Mm-hmm.
Good call. Okay, Matt.
Those are the three guys, man. The third guy being Luke Weipler. I'll just throw his name in there because I know that they've scouted him recently. I think John Jacob Jingleheimer Schmitz has the attitude. He kind of reminds me of. A little. He's got a little bit of that Kelsey in him. You know what I mean? But personally, I like the sheer size of Joe Tippmann. I only worry about JF1 dinging balls into the back of his head is the only thing that slightly frightens me with his stature. But I'd go Tippmann.
Okay, I'm gonna jump in here, and only because I got AC in here from the morning crew, the Sunday morning crew. But we're gonna stay here at center. I'm gonna tell you, the beast I saw at center was fucking Ricky Stromberg.
Yeah, Arkansas.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that motherfucker's a problem.
Yeah,
I think problem.
That people normally talk about three top center. I think he's the fourth. I mean, he makes it a four-headed monster. He can come in. He's plug and play starter. I think.
That's what I want to hear.
He'll throw you in the old Western days when the tumbleweed and motherfucker was at the bar talking about give me a whiskey
and a sarsaparilla.
And you need somebody to throw somebody out of the bar. It's that motherfucker Ricky Stromberg, man. It's that dude. Throw his ass up out of here.
If you ask me these questions in 2.5 weeks, Nomad, I'll be like, this guy, and that guy.
Well, that's why.
Now,
That's why I like
Stromberg-
somebody picked J Rock said a wrestler will win a street fight every time. That's why I like Schmitz, man. He wrestled in college, and he again that attitude, bro. Like that fucking attitude is everything, dude, and everything. And I think that's
I agree.
something we miss. I think you put him next to Tevin Jenkins, man. That's why I was kind of, I was hoping for who was the guy, McGlinchey at right tackle. I just want at least one side of the offensive line that's just nasty. I know McGlinchey's up there a little bit. He's probably not as fiery as he was, but man, give me a feisty, fiery offensive line. We're running right here. Stop it if you can. Like that type of shit. Like, oh,
okay, Sean. Since we're going across the offensive line, and this is subjective. It may be a guy that you see at tackle that you consider playing the offensive guard at right guard. Where's a guy? I have a guy in my head, and I'm gonna say it right now before it gets to me.
Okay.
It's Tayshawn Manning from Kentucky. AC, tell me about this guy in the chat. Let me know about Tayshawn Manning. He's big, he's got long arms, and he's athletic. I really like this guy when I look at him on tape. Is he a specific right guard? I don't know, but I know he can play the position if he wanted to. And so give me a right guard, Sean.
Are you saying for the Bears or just in general?
Yeah, in the draft for the Bears.
Yeah, I'm cool with right guard, man. I'm good. I'll take Tevin.
It's a one position I would skip too, man.
Hey, man,
to
I
be
ain't
honest
talking
with
about deodorant. I'm talking about players, man.
No, give me Tevin, dude. Dude, Tevin's pushing motherfuckers in the first row, bro. Like he might get arrested for some of the shit he's doing.
Sean,
he's knocking
don't pay
people.
any mind to Nomad. He's trying to make this show go on to 5 hours by going down every position group.
No, I ain't, man. I'm trying to be quick about
You're
it.
not paying attention
Let's do it.
like I
No.
am.
So for me,
Let's do
no
it.
right guard. Tevin we trust. In Tevin we trust.
Somebody said Oluwatimi can play right guard. I think he can too. He's a center in college, but I think Oluwatimi can do it.
See, in a situation like that, I wouldn't mind drafting a second center in case shit hits the fan with the initial center, right? Like, and he could then double as a swing guard.
Guard,
But
yeah.
if we're talking about a guard straight up, I'm going Andrew Voorhees a fair amount further back. That would be my guy.
Kids taking my guys. I was definitely thinking.
Sorry,
Voorhees.
brother.
That's all right,
Sorry,
man.
brother.
It was like 3 years. He started left tackle for 3 years.
Anyone
gigantic.
named with the last name Voorhees, is going to be slaying some motherfuckers, right?
That's half the battle in scouting. You just want to find the most scary thing to put on that, the back of that jersey, and away
I
you
saw
go.
that name. I was like, that's terrifying.
Okay, either we're gonna argue or we're gonna get to a right to the point on the right tackle. Who's your beast right tackle in this draft?
I think we all agree on that one.
Oh no, I don't know about that.
I know
know
me and Sean do.
Well, I like right. If you need another one, I'll take Duran, the other fucking tackle from Ohio State.
DeJuan
That's a
Jones.
monster too. DeJuan. I want to say Duran. DeJuan Jones. That if I can't use fucking right, DeJuan Jones, I'll take that. He'll be my other beast right tackle.
Okay, Chris.
Those would be my two.
I'm right with Sean. I think it's right, and then he's a monstrous young man, DeJuan Jones.
I know. Was he like 7'3" and shit?
Yeah,
Like,
he's a
15-inch hands. Like, bro,
Yeah.
what are you doing? Like Andre the Giant and shit.
That motherfucker slap you and give you your wings.
Man.
Telling you, slap your head off your shoulders, dude.
Sean, you know what I put on? You know what I put on after because I'm sitting here working. I have a TV above me, and you know what I put on after you today, buddy? I put on the History Channel where it was a full episode of where they found like these 10-foot giant skulls, and I thought like, where in the hell are they? So these giant skulls, they're like resurfacing back into our NFL and to our NBA now. I mean, these
Jones
giant
might be that dude,
these humanoids that used to exist many years ago are coming back, back
Whoa.
again. They're now our offensive linemen. They're our NBA players and shit.
Okay.
Yeah, DeJuan Jones is monster, bro. He's and I don't think he has a very nice attitude. I think he somebody pissed in his Cheerios. So I like that.
That's a great little reference. I've heard that.
Is he
one.
first
Wow, that's
round?
good.
Is he first round, Sean?
Yeah. You know what? If you need a right tackle, yeah.
Mhm.
If you need a right tackle, otherwise, if you want to get him to, I'd say, you know what? To answer your question, yes, late first, early second.
Yeah, that's where that 32nd pick from Pittsburgh
Bingo.
will come in so handy.
Bingo. But then you look who we got for that 32nd pick. It's like, damn.
Okay. I got it. Everybody's gonna say we're talking about beasts. We ain't talking about fits. We're talking about absolute beasts. And it's easy to call DeJuan Jones on there. The fit is Darnell Wright. The question mark, it would be, to me, number 54 from Oklahoma. I'm not thinking of his name. Wanye Morris. Wanye Morris. Anton Harrison is he's a left tackle that I think can play right tackle, but I believe Wanye Morris can play on the right side of the ball effectively with some coaching and some development. Yeah, but the beast.
You don't think they kick him inside?
Huh?
You don't think they kick him inside?
Who, Wanye?
Yeah,
it's possible. I mean, he's got the body to play pretty much anywhere. He doesn't have the developed ability to play anywhere. The first thing they would want to do is kick him inside because he's not developed, and that's what you do with an undeveloped player. You kick him inside where he has help, and so he's not a skilled offensive tackle. No. However, Jalen Duncan is a guy that can get there.
Yeah. Another good name.
See, and I like doing stuff like this with Nomad because Nomad kind of scout some other guys, man. And I didn't have as much faith in Stromberg as for instance, up until you kind of, you kind of gave him a little bit of props. I would prefer, much like you were saying earlier, Sean, that we focus on that defense early into the draft. And again, triple dip a little bit further back if at all possible. The question is, how far back can we go without really sacrificing what we're doing on that offensive line? Yeah. A guy like Stromberg, you could probably get maybe in the 4th round. Again, depending on how quickly the other centers go. And then we kind of, looking and talking about tackle, where are they going to line up? Wanya Morris pretty far back. You could probably get Wanya maybe even in the 5th round. I don't expect them to do that. I expect them to grab a tackle much earlier. But again, might be a good double dip candidate. So now you have some depth at tackle as well.
I love it. Okay. Shorty, what you got something?
No, I'm just listening to you guys talk. You guys are killing it.
Okay,
right
let's get. We're gonna just skip the fullback position before we get to receivers. We'll just go to running.
We're gonna skip the.
Yeah,
if we had to scout a fullback right now, that would be
we ain't gonna fuck
insane.
We ain't gonna fuck. We got Sean. I'll draft Sean
fullback in the draft.
Real talk. If we draft a fullback this year, I'm out.
I'll draft Sean. I'll draft Slippery Hand Sean Sierra right now for a fullback for the
Sean's sitting here like me, I don't even do the drafts. I never drafted. I never made a mock draft. And then you're asking him, what's the fullback you would draft?
I was Roger Craig right after Roger Craig. That's who I was. I didn't have the
Brad Munster.
I didn't have the what's his name, the speed of Marshall Faulk. That's all I didn't have, but everything else I had. So Superback, give us some background here, because I've always wanted to ask you this. You're the Superback, right? Why? Explain that. So when I went to college, I went to Holy Cross 1AA out in Worcester, Massachusetts. We were a powerhouse when I got there. They had gone in '87. They had gone 11-0. Unfortunately, we were with the Colonial League at the time, my first year. Then the Patriot League, my last 3. They wouldn't allow us to go to the 1AA playoffs, which I think sucked. They let our basketball team go to the NCAA playoffs, but not us. I thought that was bullshit. Yeah. So I get there, and we ran the run and shoot. And for those of you who don't know, 4 wides, okay? And the only one back in the backfield. And that group was called the Superbacks because we have to do everything, all right? We obviously run the ball. We got to come out of the backfield, screen, but we also had a pass pro. And so, if you couldn't pass pro, you definitely weren't playing. And I was always good at blocking because I played fullback in high school. So, that I just kept that nickname as I went on to play professionally and then semi-pro as well. So that's where the name comes. Because Northwestern uses that same thing. They call the running back the superback now. I'm like, don't copy me, Fitz. Don't copy me. I better copyright that shit.
You should. Yeah. That's awesome, man. I did not know that about you. Thank you, dude.
Okay, good start. Sean, give me your superback beast in this draft.
Yeah.
Running back beside Bijan. I'm liking Chase, man. He's a little smaller, but I like his home run hitting ability, man. I think with Chase is, for me, I think he's going to surprise a lot of people.
Could you imagine Chase and Sidney on the same team? Oh, that'd be amazing.
Yeah, those Canadian boys killing it, man.
Yeah, hell yeah, Matt.
Represent.
Yep. They're from Ontario too, aren't they?
Yep.
Okay. See,
yeah, awesome, man.
Chris, what you got?
Man, running backs. There's you guys just named like 3 killers. I like Izzy. I think Izzy's a killer too. Scored 6 touchdowns against 302 yards and 6 touchdowns against somebody last year. I saw him play and I kind of fell in love with his game. I like Bonaconda. I think he's going to help a team. Charbonnet too. I like Charbonnet. Big boy. Run over some people.
Okay, Matt.
All right, since you doubled up, C-sharp will double up. My guy Gibbs, man. Gibbs has got hands. Yeah. Led his entire team as a wide receiver. As a running back with pass catching. I think he'd be a huge boost to what Justin does, and would really alleviate a lot of potential issues. They could kind of focus on using those other committee backs for more north-south stuff, and really sort of focus pass catching on Gibbs. Who's my other guy? Damn it, it slipped. It'll come back to me later on.
Hey man, we ain't paying you to come up with a runner-up. We just need a beast. We don't need the little beast.
If I'm looking at a beast, it's definitely Jahmyr Gibbs. He's the guy. I think he would be great on in blue and orange for sure.
You know what? Let me tell you. I'm gonna tell you guys something. Everybody knows. Listen to me in chats. Listen to me on this show. On any show you see me on the bar room. Everybody will tell you Kendre Miller, and I do believe everybody. They will tell you I believe in Kendre Miller. He's gonna be like LaDainian Thomas. That's what I see in him. However, let me tell you something. Jahmyr Gibbs is a problem.
Yeah,
he's going to be such a problem that his receiving ability is next level. It's next level. His start and stop ability is next level. If you put his long speed to the side, he's got that in spades. His ability to get from 0 to 10 in a blip, in a snap, is next level. He is the beast at the running back position. The team that gets him will have the advantage.
You like him better than Bijan?
Say again?
I said, no bad. You'd like him better than Bijan?
Man, you guys are going to, you know what? And I hope I'm wrong because I don't want to put Bijan down. I'm a player guy. I'm always root for players, but I think people, and what you see on film in college will not translate to the NFL. You're not going to get away with all that shucking and moving and trying to jerk people and all that shit. David Montgomery did that shit. You know what I mean? You're going to get your ass blown up because defenses are really fast. And they're really big and powerful. You need to have straight line speed, and you need to have ability to go from 0 to 10 really fast. He doesn't have it.
See, I would compare Bijan to like a Saquon, and I would compare Gibbs to an Alvin Kamara. Now, I think Alvin Kamara in our system works a little bit better than a Saquon Barkley. That's just me. I think with a QB who can run the way that Justin can run, I think we need more pass catching than we do dancing behind the line, and I think that's where Bijan falls short from, in my opinion.
Yeah, Cornelius. I don't know why. I'm interested as to why he thinks that Bijan's overrated. Watching Bijan is he's the truth, man.
He's hype, man.
I was very, very impressed with him. Very, very impressed with him.
Maybe he's jaded from Cedric Benson.
I'm telling you,
I'll tell you what,
man.
that second string guy Johnson, he ain't no punk.
The way Jahmyr Gibbs flows, he really is a receiver that has elite running back ability. Yeah. He really is a receiver. This dude, I'm telling you, man, he's different. Bijan Robinson is a good running back. He'll be a good running back in the NFL, but he won't be great. And I can't really describe all that to you guys because everybody's on the Bijan and JSN.
I wouldn't say he won't be great.
Everybody's so sold on these two guys, and they don't want to stop talking about them, man. I don't want to piss on nobody's parade and piss on their Cheerios, man. I'm not that guy. Let them find out for themselves.
Right.
He's gonna be a good running back in the league. He's not gonna be great. I'm just sorry.
Curtis Newberry, don't you ever blaspheme on my show or this show. Don't bring that name up. Rest in peace. I have an issue with Rashaan Salam, or I had one. So.
Oh, Rashaan Salam. Oh goodness, yes. You want to go on a rant here? I can probably back you up if you want.
No, he stopped me from getting a tryout with the Bears. That was the whole issue. So I was.
Oh wow! I definitely cannot back you up on that.
Yeah. So he. It was 94. I had just come back from playing in Italy, and I was working in New York. I was working in Wall Street, but I was obviously still in shape. I was in World Trade, Cantor Fitzgerald, bond broker, but I still stayed in shape. And I called there were a couple teams. They needed running backs at the time, and obviously the Bears were one of them. They said they want to see what they get in the draft, and then we'll talk. Okay. So then they get when they drafted Rashaan Salam, I'm like, I was talking to Rod Graves, so he's on my shit list too. He was the director of player personnel at the time. So they draft Salam, and I call him back the next week, and he's like, "Yeah, we're not as interested because we have Rashaan Salam." And I said, "Why would you draft Rashaan Salam?" He's like, "Well, he just won the Heisman." And this is where I know that he gave me this bullshit answer. Well, he just won the Heisman. I said, "Yeah." I said, "But if you remember the carry that he had his 2,000 yard on was a pitch. He's an option guy. He runs on the outside. This is Chicago. We're in the draft." I said, he don't run between the tackles. He hasn't run between the tackles his whole college career. Why would you get him? Well, he's a Heisman Trophy winner. We're happy. I'm like, dude, I said, I could do everything. I said, you name it, I can do it. I can pass pro, run, block, catch. I got it all. He said, well, let's see who we get they guess to release some people or something. He goes, next week, give me a call next week. And then they not drafted. They signed Darnell Thompson, kid out of Indiana, and he was at Green Bay. And he said, well, we're not as interested in, because of this. And I was like, wait a minute. And I had all the stats of the running back. I'm like, you mean same Darnell Thompson that had -1 yards rushing last year for the Green Bay Packers? And he said, and then he broke it down to me. He's like, you know what? Well, we'd much rather have somebody who's in the league last year than someone who's not. And I said, wow. Well, that's kind of messed up. I'm like, that's kind of a catch-22. I says, yeah. You don't want to take me because I don't have experience, but how am I going to get experience if nobody takes me?
Right.
He's like, well, good luck with your endeavors, and we wish you well. And I was like, yeah, fuck you.
He was just out of it. Yeah.
He just put a story out there, and man, respect to you, respect like a motherfucker, man.
Man,
I appreciate you putting that out there, man. I don't know how many times you said that, if at all, but I appreciate you putting it out here on the bar room.
Absolutely,
sure,
Sean. Thank you, man.
Nobody here can tell that story that they've had that experience. So appreciate you, man.
Man, you guys get over to Sports Zone Chicago and check that shit out Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. If you are not living in Chicagoland, and even if you are, you should be listening to it. But if you're not, that's where you're going to get your Sports Zone Chicago shit, man. Superback, you're awesome. That's a great story.
Appreciate it, man. Thanks.
Okay. Before we get carried away, I don't mean to cut you off, Shorty. I'm just trying to flow with this shit. I don't want to get in a position. Okay. I don't want to be in position. I don't want to be talking about 1, 2, 3, 4 receiver because we're gonna get into a whole goddamn fight about who's a slot, who ain't, and all that old bullshit people do on Twitter. But give me your beast receiver. I mean beast. Forget where he plays, just give me that beast.
JSN.
Start with Sean.
I'm done.
Okay, we got yours on the board.
Hall of Famer.
Hall of Famer.
I'm done. He's a Hall of Famer.
I want to say Jordan Addison. All right, but there's one guy who I think had started off great, had a shit year. I think he may be, he may come out, and that's Keyshawn Boutte from LSU. I think he's going to be his performance dropped. I think he may be one of those dudes who's, and he might turn around and be a complete bust and be done after be cutting it right before the season. But I like what he can do.
Hey, don't be hedging your bets, N'Keal Harry. Come on.
No, man, I like him. Booty, rocking everywhere.
Okay, all right. See, what's up, man? What you got?
I'm gonna go back to your guy, man, Zay.
Zay's a monster
Zay's
too.
Special, man. He's a special dude. Little undersized, but I think he's a difference maker, man. He's gonna help somebody. He's a real deal.
Yeah,
I keep going back. Is it Zay Jones?
No, Zay Flowers.
No,
Flowers.
who's the? There was like another Zay
Zay
receiver.
Yeah, he played with the Raiders last year, I think.
Okay, I keep getting fucked up by this name because I haven't gotten there yet.
He had a good year with the Raiders.
My scouting. So yeah, Zay Flowers is. I'm getting him mixed up with like Trey Flowers or another NFL player with the last name and another one with the first name.
Yeah, Zay Jones is a good receiver. I think Poles. I think they might have tried to sign him last offseason, and he ended up with the Raiders, I believe.
Zay Jones is
Glad that didn't go through. We were gonna deal with the.
Zay is solid.
Dealing with the. I'm just saying.
Zay plays with an attitude, bro. He plays with an attitude.
I will not dispute that, but I'm a little bit leery at this point of retread wide receivers. I think we've got our full of retread wide receivers. It's time to get some of our own or number one guys. That's where my headspace is.
That's where our market was last summer, though, was retreads.
That's all we could. Yeah, you're right. That's all we could get. Another retread would have.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
it turned out better than the kid from Kansas City. I'll tell you that. That was a disaster.
So my wide receiver, geez, I'm going to stick with my guy Tank Dell, man. I think Dell is just an amazing prospect that we can get a fair amount further back. I don't expect us after the Moore trade to really be looking at anything at the top of the list from a wide receiver perspective. So that's my guy.
It's kind of like where I'm at with the quantity. We've already filled a bunch of spots that have been good players and some quality depth. So I'm just looking at quality over quantity as we move forward from here.
Okay, since you guys
that on record, so one day I can go, look, I was right. That's all.
Okay, since you guys already know how I feel about Zay Flowers, and these guys already stole that one from me. Let me go ahead and throw another guy on the board that I'm a Florida State guy, so I follow them carefully. I'll say that again. But there's a guy on that team named Ontaria Pokey Wilson. If you don't know, go and do your damn homework. I've said it a few weeks ago. Guys have heard me say that name before, so it's not new. I'm going to say it again. Do your homework on Ontaria Pokey. They call him Pokey Wilson. This dude, you talk about separation, hands, quickness from 0 to 10, long speed, toughness, everything you want in a receiver. He ain't but about 185, 190 pounds, about 6'1". But this dude is a problem. This dude has a chip on his shoulder, and he plays like it. You know what I mean? And you guys you just have to go do your homework. And then when you see me again on this show, when you come back to this show, just tell me what you thought about him. I'm not gonna go any further than what I just did. Just tell me what you thought about him and see if it matches what I just told you. That's all I'm gonna say about him.
Hey, Nomad, I have a question for you. If you guys will let me just give me, I'm the guest. Give me a minute.
Chris,
Give me some
take
a
the next
minute.
half an hour, please.
I don't need that. But you mentioned you're a Florida State guy. 2 drafts ago, man.
Let's do this. You go, Chris.
Okay. 2 drafts ago, man, the guy I was in love with, man, and it broke my heart because I didn't know the circumstances. Tamarian Terry. You know the circumstances behind that, right?
No. Where's he from?
Tamarian Terry in Florida State 2 years ago.
How big is he?
6'4",
225. I do remember that name.
4.35. He go back and look at some tape, and you know he got caught. Seattle signed him as an undrafted free agent, and he was cut before training camp ever started because he was indicted for murder.
Oh snap!
Yeah, he was part of. There was a shooting at some restaurant, and there was a gang of kids there. Somebody shot. Some girl got killed. They arrested all of them. This was in Georgia, but. When you said you're a big Florida State guy, I just knew you knew who this was. But this kid had some Randy Moss in him. He had that long speed where he'd hit top speed and he didn't slow down. 6'4", 6'3", about 215, maybe 220. Special receiver. Should have been drafted no later in the second round. And he went undrafted. I was amazed he went undrafted, and come to find out they'd been investigating him for murder, but they dropped the charges. Scary Terry, King Foster, he no joke, man. I really was hoping somebody would give this kid a chance because I think he's got otherworldly talent. And
this was last year.
This was 2 drafts ago, not 2021.
Okay.
Florida State. Mm-hmm.
I remember that guy, man.
Yeah, check him out, man. Tamarian Terry, just a unreal talent, and just a guy like now nobody even thinks about him. Probably, I believe he could help a team still, and they dropped the charges on him. I wish somebody would give him a chance.
I remember why I got so much fondness for Florida State is the whole Florida area.
Oh yeah.
When I was in high school, you know, everybody knew that if you want to compete like I wanted to compete, you got to go down to Florida and compete with them boys in Florida.
Mm-hmm.
I went down there to Fort Myers when I was a sophomore for the summer, and I got to meet a whole bunch of cats. I ain't gonna name no names, but I met a whole bunch of cats, and I got to work out with a bunch of cats. And I realized then that if I wanted to compete at the highest level, now it's Alabama and things like that. But when I was coming up in high school, it was Florida State, Miami. You had to go to one of those 3 places to really compete and challenge yourself. And I knew when I went down there, these cats down in Florida is a different culture. They are wild down there, especially in the Miami-Dade area, and that area right there, the Fort Lauderdale area. Man, them dudes, they get to dealing with them Haitians, and next thing you know, they involved in drugs and all kind of killing and shit that goes down. Like, you go to Miami right now, if anybody ever is never told you, don't go to Liberty City unless you fucking know somebody. And that's just across the bridge. Don't go to Liberty City. Don't go to that motherfucker unless you know somebody. And it's a bunch of, and to your point, it's a bunch of guys that fall into that kind of mentality when you're down in Florida. They fall into that drug, gun culture, and that killing culture, man. It's bad down there. It's really bad. To that guy's, to the point about that guy, I don't know everything you're saying about him because it's kind of fleeting my memory.
Right.
I will do my homework on him and find out what I can find out, but I do remember his name, and he was fucking talented.
He was no joke, man. He had some he had a little Randy Moss, a little T.O. in him. I mean, No joke. I hated to see that happen, man. It's hate to see a brother. Because that's one of those things. They arrested everybody in the group. They don't know who shot who, but everybody got arrested and was facing murder charges. They eventually dropped the charges, which I knew they would, but man, that kid would have made it.
Young people with guns and fucked up influences around.
Yep.
That's what happened.
Okay. My rant's done.
Okay, let's go back around the horn at tight end. Who's your beast?
Your rant was done. You finally got your piece in, right? Are you good?
I'm good.
You're overtaking you the whole night, Chris.
All righty.
The kid, I like the kid out. There's a couple of this is a good draft for tight ends as well. I like the kid out of Michigan, the Schumacher kid. Is it Schumacher? I'm busting
Schumacher.
Okay, the kid out of Michigan. I'm a big fan. I like his. I like him.
I don't even think I need to say my tight end in this draft. I'll let Nomad say it for me.
Why? Because he got you pregnant.
He did.
You better not say his name. We're gonna get child support on his ass.
Oh my God. I mean, I love What did you drop your keg, Matt? What the hell was that?
Shh! Don't tell the
Oh
wife.
my keg fell off the table. Sorry, guys.
Sounded like that or a freaking urn. What the fuck?
It's both. I drink ashes.
Well, we know Donnell Washington got him pregnant with twins, so we just move on from him. What you got, Sean?
All right, I said the kid from Michigan.
Sean hasn't heard me. Sean hasn't heard me profess my love for Donald Washington yet. No, I love him because he's a big, strong, blocking, former wide receiver tight end with great hands. He can jump over dudes, plow through dudes, and I'm done.
I'm sorry, bro. The chat, yo, J-Rock, yo, shout out J-Rock.
Sean, you haven't been a part of this. This is like an inside joke with me. I've been pounding fucking table for Darnell Washington since for months.
Darnell Washington
I want to have his baby,
is Shorty's
so
baby daddy.
I would love to have his baby because I would have like a 6 foot
That's chat of the night. That's chat of the night.
baby daddy who could catch and jump over guys and plow through them.
Dude, I'm fucking crying over here, man. I'm crying.
That was great.
I'm crying.
Okay.
Oh boy.
Sean, what you got, man?
Darnell Washington is Shorty's baby daddy.
So he's just catching it. I love it. So yeah. So
5 minutes later.
I was talking. I couldn't control the chat. Sorry.
Over here. So yeah. So Sean went Schumacher. We got a Darnell Washington clearly. Chris, who are you thinking of?
I'm thinking Kincaid, kid out of Utah. Looks like he might have a little Kelsey in him.
Yeah.
That's why I figured I'd go to you because I was gonna go Kincaid, but the other guy I would go with would be Zach Kuntz. Zach Kuntz just looked to me watching. I've only watched a little bit of his tape, but me watching him, the kid just looks like George Kittle, and I wouldn't mind if we had a George Kittle. I think that would be a good thing for us. Big, tall, fast.
Yeah.
Wore a bandana at the combine, reminded me of the hell of George Kittle. That's it.
All right.
I think if he can stay injury free, he's gonna move way up because he's super athletic. And what he's about 6'8", isn't he?
Something like 6'7", 6'8". He's a really big boy. He'll get lots of separation, distance, arm reach. You know what I mean? So he was an intriguing prospect.
All right.
Hey, Curtis, I was just busting your balls. Curtis is like, sorry about the Rashawn Salam word, Sean. We had Raymond at the ultra back. He looked great and got hurt. No, I was just busting your balls. But yeah, I still don't like Rashawn Salam. God rest his soul.
He's dead serious about that.
He and I gonna have a conversation, bro. He and I gonna have a conversation.
Sean,
all right.
Sean, I'm gonna make this very quick. I loved when they drafted him in the early 20s, right? No, I did. I'm giving you my perspective. I loved it. I was like, yes, they got the Heisman Trophy winning running back in a time when running backs were popular, right? And then when he was just running his ass off, that awesome little run down the sideline, the one that he had against Tampa Bay, and he fumbles the ball just for no reason out of his hands on the sideline. He was on the fucking sideline, Sean, and he still lost the ball to the other team. So that's what lost it for me. So I'm right there with you, buddy.
Okay.
He never ran between the tackles, so that's where he lost it with me.
All right.
I still like him better than Enos.
We got to keep it moving.
Hey, wait, guys. Enos played an entire quarter on a blown knee, and no, he played the entire game on a blown knee. He blew his ACL and played the whole game. He was sitting there on the sideline at halftime or before halftime on a blown knee, kneeling on it, and he came out and played the rest of the game. And then they took him out the next game with a torn ACL. So as much as I do not like, because I hate to say the word hate anymore, even though I just said it, I don't dislike Enos for that, because at least he finished the game on a blown knee. You can't take that away from him, right?
Penn State running backs.
Oh yeah, I know. Here we go.
Dude, I really
Jalen Carter was my favorite one of them all.
The
I know,
only one. I don't like
Listen.
doing that either, but man, dude, there are some schools that are just snake bitten when it comes to positions. And STC, I ran a 4.5, so I mean back then it was kind of fast, but there were still 4.4s and a lot fewer 4.3s back then. But I ran a 4.5, 4.56, 4.57, somewhere in there.
All
That
right.
was my speed.
All right. We done already been.
I wish I could have
back
raced you
down
back
memory
then, Sean.
lane.
I wish I could have raced you.
Hey.
I was like
back
a
down
4.
memory lane.
I always thought I was a 4.4, but I was probably like a 4.6. But I would have loved to have raced you, Sean.
Dude, we had a guy who ran a 4.3 at Holy Cross. That was a whole nother level, bro. That was a whole nother level.
Yeah.
All right.
I've seen it. I know.
You
Yeah.
want to hear my tight end beast? You want to hear my tight end beast?
Yep.
I'm gonna have to go with Shorty Baby Daddy. No, 6'8", 300 pounds. Blew his back out.
Look at where I've come all this
Baby.
time, Nomad. You actually you're agreeing with me now?
Yeah, you
Look at
a
all these
baby.
people
Yeah, you
agreeing with me.
twins. He got you pregnant in your lungs, man.
Sorry, you were not finished. You were about to say no. It wasn't Darnell Washington. I was about to
We
say.
talking about beasts. We talking about beasts. We ain't talking about skills. We ain't talking about ability. Beasts. You got to go with a 6'8", 300 pound motherfucker that got Shorty pregnant. You got to do that.
That got him pregnant.
It's my baby daddy over there. Come on now, guys.
He gave you quadruplets, man. We're gonna just roll with that guy right there.
Love how he bought into the whole baby daddy thing.
Oh, I'm making headway on Darnell Washington. This is amazing. This is amazing. Thank you, Nomad.
He got you breastfeeding and shit. Everything.
Make sure you shave your nipples, you fucking selfish bastard.
I'm gonna be sucking on my own.
Your kids are
my own
kids gonna be like little cats, like
I'm sucking on my own bee. Wow. Not a T, a B.
It got that man titties dripping and everything.
Sean wants to get out of here, but he's like, I can't.
Hey, Sean. Hey, hold on, Sean. Hold on. We got to do quarterback before you get out of here, before you take off, man.
Okay.
We got to do quarterback. I need a beast, not the
you,
skill
yeah.
guys. I need a beast.
A 4th or 5th round quarterback for the Bears. Is that what you're saying?
Oh,
Give me a beast.
Any quarterback in the draft.
I like Richardson. I think that dude's gonna be a fucking monster, bro.
Boom.
I hate agreeing with you.
Boom. You need a beast in the NFL right now, don't you?
Yeah.
You keep making me agree
And he
with
could
you,
do
Sean.
he could do it all. He can do it all. And I think if Seattle drafts him and he sits behind Geno for a year or two, I think that's perfect. So I like that dude. The kid is a freak of nature.
Oh,
He reminds me of a
oh no.
say a less polished Justin Fields, right, coming out of college. But the kid can throw it, the kid can run it, the kid can, you've seen it. He can spin it, man. There's nothing he really can't do. Give him a year. Give him a year like you're supposed to give Trubisky, but give him a year of sitting back and watching somebody else run an offense efficiently, just like Patrick Mahomes did. Man, that really sets them up big time.
Okay, Shorty.
Man,
Will Levis.
well, you know.
Will Levis.
Man, you gave me so much shit about Will Levis. So
you got
when I
mixed
first started
babies.
looking at Will Levis, I saw in college playing a game, I saw a very, very quick release with a strong arm. The combine looked good. When I saw him on his pro day, 85 to 90% of his passes were underthrown. So if he's throwing the deep ball where it should be like over into the breadbasket, they were like going behind to catch the pass. If it was like a deep dig, they were going out to their right and they were catching the ball behind them. All the passes seemed to be behind him. So I've actually lost all of my confidence in Will Levis. I think he's not even a first-round pick. Maybe in this current era that we're in, he is. But 5-10 years ago, he's not a first-round pick based on that.
Dude, don't base your shit on
what I was
on pro day.
What I
Worry
did
about
like,
him.
what I
He
saw
got a
was,
black baby and a white baby.
what I did like was, of all the quarterbacks that I saw in this entire thing that I've scouted, was Stroud is going number one, because he was hitting all of his balls in pro day right where they needed to go. I do love Richardson. I think he throws a great ball. He has great touch on his ball. He throws the ball. I love the mechanics of his pass.
He said touch his ball.
His balls. Where's PJ? He's probably like, where is he talking? He's talking about dicks again. I love Anderson's balls.
Man, the man got the United Nation in his living room, eating on his titties and shit. He got a black baby and a white baby.
Richard Anderson has some nice balls. I'll tell you that, guys.
Look, stop judging people on their pro day. All right, stop it. The tape is
when you produce better in the combine and worse in your pro day with your own receivers, isn't that something to question?
Yeah, but it's not the same, dude. It's not the same when it's not live bullets. All right, I don't want to see you running around in a fucking t-shirt. That don't mean shit to me. All right, I need to know when there's a fucking blitz coming. Can you step up? Can you roll to the right? Can you hit a guy on the fly? Can you do all that shit? The pro day do not pay. Everyone makes too much of it. All right, because the NFL has this is the marketing of the NFL.
Preach.
This is the marketing of the NFL. Okay, because. Yeah, you go to pro day, you just want to see what you do for pro day. The biggest thing you want to see, you want to interview him. You want to talk to him because you probably didn't get a chance to throughout the season. Your evaluation of him, what he can do, some people can jump up a little bit in the pro day, but you know what you've seen looking at the fucking film. You know what you see. You know what you got. You know what he can play in front of 80,000 people. You know in a harsh environment. You know he can play in the rain, in the cold, or sometimes in the cold. You know that. Don't get caught up in the pro day. The pro day is just like the icing on the cake. Let's make sure he's a cool dude as we think he is or what we hear. Trust me. Everyone wants to jump in, and it's just fodder just for people to talk about. He had a bad pro day. Yeah, but he said, this guy had fucking 40 touchdown passes. All right, this guy had 22 sacks. This guy had, you know what I mean? Look at the tape. Let that be the determining factor.
If I can rebuttal you on that, Sean.
Yes.
If you're in the combine throwing the ball to different receivers just where they should be, as opposed to your own pro day, and your combine looks better throwing to receivers that are not your own on your own team, doesn't that help to cause your value to deflate as opposed to inflate?
No.
Because
are you reading coverages? Are you getting the ball out quickly?
If you're throwing
but that's what I'm saying.
That's
you playing flag football. That's what they're doing. They're playing flag football. They're not
in
paying
the
$1 million bucks to
Sean,
play flag
Shorty's
football.
not. Shorty has a little bit of a point here, right? So what
at
he's
the
saying
combine
is
is their own at the pro day, it's their own receivers. They should know where they should be at every second.
It's a rehearsed situation, right? You're going through the motions that you've already practiced with receivers that you're familiar with at that pro day versus a combine case scenario. Really what Shorty is saying, that at least the combine is a little bit more random. And if you go to the combine and perform at the combine better versus your pro day, it is a bit of an eye-opening situation because this is a perfect scenario. You know what I mean? You set everything up.
control all the variables.
I hate to bust all y'all except for Sean. I hate to bust all y'all great, but until you got live bullets flying at you,
that's the real test.
Decision making to boot, you have no idea what a quarterback is capable of. That shit that goes on in the combine or at the pro day, it gives you probably 1 to 5 percentile estimation of what that guy is capable. You're talking about arm strength, arm quickness, accuracy, in a limited fashion. Live bullets, and you have to make a decision where the ball is going. You know where you want to go with the ball pre-snap, but when the snap happens, when dudes start moving around, and you have to make a decision after that, when the live bullets are coming at you, that's how you judge a quarterback. To what Sean is saying, you don't judge it based on the shit that's going on in combines and pro days. That's some bullshit. But there's always, every fucking year, there's going to be a guy that's going to pick a Zach Wilson and Mac Jones and all those guys. They're going to fall in love with that dude. Some owner is going to bend the will of a general manager who knows football or a coach who knows football and say, I want that guy. Right. And they're going to take him, and it's going to benefit some teams down the road.
And they're going to do that based on what they saw in his games, not what they saw in his combine or pro day. They're going to go off of his game tape, like I think Swifty or somebody said that I pulled up. They're going to go off of that in real live action. When you watch him in his pro day, he was like doing all these like twitchy movements to like, you know, make it look like somebody was coming to get him, and he would like roll off to his right and throw. He was doing a lot more in his pro day as far as like movement as a quarterback does than any other quarterback.
It didn't mean shit.
So he looked worse because of it.
No,
so he might have hurt himself.
No, I hear you because what you're saying is you control all the variables. It's
right
in your spot. But at the end of the day, when it really comes down to it, is like, what do you see on tape? All right, it's still the adrenaline that you have there is nowhere near the adrenaline you have on game day. It's not even close. Now you might have some nerves because you're in front of 18, 20, 32 scouts, right?
Of
but
course.
It's not the same. You wanted the biggest thing is film. What does he do on film? Does he make quick decisions on film? Does he have great ball play? Is great accuracy on film? How can he avoid a rush? Is he resilient? Is he resilient? Can he get up from a big hit or stand in the pocket and take a big hit, knowing that he needs to get this for the touchdown, for the first down to keep the drive going,
win the game, or whatever.
All that is much more important than a pro day. Pro day, and trust me, people when they talk about it, most people who say he had a bad pro day, those are the reporters who go. And they start making their own narrative. The fucking GMs, they don't say, "Oh, he had a bad pro day." I'm not talking. They don't say that. You're not getting it from them. You're getting it from someone who was there, who may or may not know football. And that's the biggest thing about this business is you got so many people who don't know football, and they start a narrative because they have so many followers, and everybody now that's the talk. That's the narrative because some guy who has 1 million, 2 million followers has a bad take because he don't know shit about football, but he posted it out. And now guess what? His 2 million followers are saying, "Oh my God, this guy, he's got poor. Justin Fields is a bad leader. He's doing this. He's you know what I mean? Come on, it's different." And there's
I hear you, man. But let me push pause on that conversation just for a second. Look, man, we're here to talk about Bears. Let's not fuck all the politics. Push delete on that conversation for now. Let's wait till the barroom develops another show that talks about that kind of stuff. Let's just leave that there. And let's talk about football. Leave it to the football stuff. Sorry, Sean. Go ahead.
He was done talking.
I don't know where I was at.
All right. We was at quarterback. And we got around to Beast. And I don't know.
I had Richardson. I went first. I went Richardson. I told him I love.
Did everybody get that Beast in?
Not me.
No, I was about to say, let fucking Chris talk for.
Yeah. Well, you know what? I was listening to what he was saying, and because it made so much sense. But I mean, what Sean says, it's before pro days and all that became fashionable. You depend on your eyes. And last year, my eyes said the best quarterback in college football until he got hurt was Hendon Hooker.
He's
And
another stud.
I know we talk about, the spread offense and, is that translatable to the NFL game? I think he's a stud. I think he's the best quarterback in the draft. I have, for a long time. I know, Bryce Young he's a little small. He's good, great leader. He's a good quarterback. I think Stroud's a good quarterback. I don't know that much about. I know Levis didn't have the same year he had last year, and Richardson. He's a stud, but he's got the same 13 starts Trubisky had. And that's why I was so upset when they took Trubisky off of 13 starts. Hendon Hooker, to me, is the best quarterback in the draft. I think he's going to go in the first round, I think. I mean, you see these mocks, and he goes in the second or third round. Hendon Hooker's going in the first round. And if he goes to the right place and that knee heals right, he's going to show to be the best quarterback in this draft, I believe. Kid's smart, throws a beautiful
Heard
ball.
it here, guys. Chris.
Yeah.
Hendon Hooker, huh?
Hendon Hooker's my guy.
Yeah.
Wow, that's your guy. I love it.
I-
Opinions. That's what
Okay.
open mic night is about.
I'll give you my guy, and I'll tell you why. And it's not different from anybody else's mostly. But and I've said this for months on the bar room, and anybody that wants to go back to some of the shows that I started doing with the Bare Their Souls, they will hear. I told everybody, and I still mean it now, that anybody that doesn't draft Anthony Richardson is gonna regret it. You can't judge him based off of the offense that he was involved in Florida, the coordinators and the coach. You can't really judge him based off that. He was just given a plan and he was ordered to execute it. What you can do when it comes to Anthony Richardson is think about somebody like Justin Fields. Think about a guy that can flip the field when plays break down. What can you do? Can you get away from the rush? Can you get out of the pocket? Can you make something happen? If you can do that, you force the defense into a vulnerable position to now they have to kind of back off and not be so aggressive because you have a guy that can get away from everything that you're dialing up. Now you're forcing defensive coordinators to, okay, I don't want Tyree Wilson to come screaming off the edge. I want him to come off the edge, and I want him to fall back a little bit and set the edge just in case this guy kind of tries to migrate around. Now you got defensive coordinators thinking like that, taking talented dudes that can really come after a quarterback, or Jalen Carter, or Will Anderson, or Will McDonald, any of those guys. You kind of neutralize them because they're not coming screaming at the quarterback. Either they're going to completely sell out and come 100% balls to the wall after the quarterback, or fall back and play a position of protect. And so for a defensive coordinator, he's your worst nightmare. Him or a guy like Justin Fields. The game is changing. You don't have guys like Tom Brady. You don't have guys like let me see. Give me another quarterback.
Marino.
Those guys are dinosaurs now. You have to have a guy that can move around and make a play after the play. And so he's the beast.
Yeah.
Aaron Rodgers, how about that quarterback? No,
he can still move.
He's another dude who hurts people, man.
You know what, Nomad, I don't disagree that he might very well end up exactly what you said. I mean, he's got all the tools. I just didn't see enough of him after 13 starts. It's hard. It's hard for me to make that assessment of him. I mean, he's definitely physically. I mean, he can spin it. But
you talked about it, Chris. If he goes in a situation where he gets to sit for a year or two.
Sure.
Hey, you know what, Sean?
Man,
you know what, Sean? That's important that you said that. Think about how the draft is set up now. You've got Carolina at 1, and you've got Houston at 2. Think about what would happen if Carolina and Houston know they're not competing for the next couple of years. They know it. They know they're in rebuild. They're not getting a guy that can change the game for them right now. They're getting a developmental guy, and they know that they need to take their time and let this guy earn his stripes, take his lumps, put him in the game and live fire and make some shit happen. They know they're not getting Aaron Rodgers. They know they're not getting Dan Marino. They know they're not getting Peyton Manning. None of these guys are going to be that right away. What you have is a guy that's going to develop in a couple of years with all that experience. And so why in the fuck would anybody not take Anthony Richardson at 1? I don't know. If it's me, if I'm any one of those general managers, I'm going out of my way to make sure I get him and let him take his time and develop.
At 1?
At
Number
one.
Number
I would not be
one?
surprised if it happened. Yep.
Okay, so I agree with you as a beast. I agree people should take off. There's no chance in hell I would take Anthony Richardson number 1.
Okay.
I definitely
And what
trade
owners-
back.
Trade up. You would
I'll be
trade up
busting your
all
ass
those
in 2
assets
years.
to get Richardson.
reason-
one? Come on.
The only
And-
reason I wouldn't I push back on that, Nomad. is
Wait,
because
hold
of the-
on a
because
second.
of the-
No man is pontificating, guys. That's all.
I'm not pontificating.
Let him
You got
pontificate.
2 years to develop the guy. You're not going to be a winner. You're not going to be a challenger in 2
Nobody's
years.
that patient anymore. Though.
the only and that's where here's where I push back is that because of the 5-year rule, right? 4 plus a team option. If you don't let, and that's what's happening over in Green Bay. Like this guy's sitting 3 years and you don't know what you got. And yeah, he could be developing, but you got to know what you have because at 5th year, you let him. You pick up the option, do you extend them? What do you do? And the fact, and if he sits for 2 years or more, anything more than 2 years, I'd say 2 years is a long time. A year and a half would probably be the longest I would sit him before. Okay, and you got to let the starter know, the veteran know this. If you screw up or you get hurt, he's going in. All right, and that's you got to figure out what you're gonna do with this quarterback because if is he it? You got to go get another one. Do you have, you know what I mean? I think that you can't. It's not like where Aaron Rodgers sat for 3 years, all right? With Brett Favre, you don't have that luxury because then his 4th year, you got to decide if you're going to extend him, and that's big time. Now you $200 million. Yeah, you can't. I don't think there's just not enough time for him. I think later in the first round, if you got a quarterback, you let him. You do it the Patrick Mahomes way. You let him sit for a year. And then, okay, kid, now you got to fly. You had a year of learning, a year of getting in, garbage time here, there, or, end of the quarter or whatever. We're up big, we're down big, whatever. But next year is your year. You can't, I don't think you can sit him more than 17. Is it 18 games? Yeah.
There was a guy, they call him, I think his name is Warren Moon, undrafted guy. Came into the league.
I think I heard of him.
Yeah, yeah. I think he's familiar with some people, but hell of a lot of arm talent, just like Anthony Richardson. Didn't have anywhere near the athleticism, but he had plenty of athleticism. People wrote that guy off, and it was just like, nah. He was pretty much Anthony Richardson without the speed.
That's
and he ended up. Hold on, Matt. He ended up in the USFL. He ended up in the USFL.
Canada,
he came out here, bro.
Huh?
Yeah, he was in Canada.
Okay, Canada. My bad. But he ended up in the long run in the NFL and broke all kinds of records because somebody realized that, you know what, we might have underestimated what this dude was capable of. And he went
that's
to
still a different conversation, though, no man. I think back in the 80s where it was, that was still black quarterbacks still weren't looked as where. Remember, it wasn't it. There weren't very many black quarterbacks back then, and they were just like, the narrative that they had was the lack of intelligence, the lack of the ability to pick up a playbook. That was it. I think that more than anything, because if you put him, imagine him coming out now. Imagine him coming out now with that same arm talent and everything else. It's a whole different story. He's up on the top of the draft boards. I just think it was a different time 30, 35 years ago when he was coming out, give or take.
Yeah, I get that. I get all that, and I appreciate that. I just see a guy that a lot of people are listening to whatever everybody else is driving and kind of looking over this guy. And I don't really see it that way. I watched him on tape, and I think this dude's got more ability than people think he does.
Listen, I'm going to Sean. Sean has he runs his own show. He's got shit to do. Sean, I know that you want to get your ass out of here because it's getting late for you. If you would like to continue this conversation, please do it. And then if you would like to leave, please say your words because I know you have to get out of here and get on with your day tomorrow.
No, it's just a little, not much more. I mean, really, it's just with Warren Moon. The NFL wasn't passing back then. All right, it was a different league. All right, he was a dude, man. He was that dude. Like, give me the rock and I'll spin it. And again, if he came out, it's all about being born in the wrong era, born too soon, born too late. If he was born, 20 years later and 25 years later, and he's coming out now, man, that's a whole nother story. He's gonna have a whole bunch of things. So no, I see your point, but but I agree with you, Nomad. I think Anthony Richardson, get him in a situation where he gets to sit, learn, but you gotta have the pieces around him so he can lead those pieces. You don't want a whole bunch of you don't want a patchwork offense and okay, we'll get it together next year. No, he's got to step in with the same jokers, same offensive line, same running back, same receivers for the most part, because nothing stays the same every year, but for the most part. And then next year, after sitting and playing sparingly or playing the last 3 or 4 games of his rookie season, all right, listen, homie, you're starting. Thank you, veteran. Thank you for your help. Collect these couple paychecks the last couple of weeks, and look for another team next year. Mm-hmm. It's going to be good for Anthony Richardson to do that. If he finds that team drafts him with that, dude, he's going to be, like you said, he's going to be a problem.
And this is why I hope he goes to the Detroit Lions.
What's wrong with you?
I'm serious.
Security.
All that. He's like, because I disagree with you. Sean's like, I don't have to be here for another 3 hours.
He's a problem, bro. He's going to be a problem.
He will be a problem. Like they have two picks this year, and yeah, he might be a problem a year or two down the road. They're getting a quarterback in the next 2 years. You can probably bet I'll bet my money on it. Jared Goff ain't sticking around. At least his name is not Jalen Carter. It's either we worry about that defensive line with Carter and Hutchinson up there, or we worry about basically them picking a player who's going to sit for a year, and we got to worry about next year. By next year, if Justin and the team does what it's supposed to do, we don't really have to worry about a quarterback over there. He's just a quarterback. He's over there.
Okay,
if Justin, the team doesn't do what they're supposed to do, we're basically flipping this whole thing upside down and kind of starting all over again at the quarterback positions.
Matt, did you say Detroit, man? Did you just say Detroit? Okay, and
sure.
in like 60 seconds, there's gonna be some big old motherfuckers come to your door.
They got a ways to go. They got to cross the border first,
and they're gonna have a big ass bucket of KFC. Just go with them, or you're gonna get the hell beat out you. I'm just gonna tell you right now. Just go with them. Don't resist. They're gonna beat your ass. That's security.
Okay, all right.
Hey guys, listen, I do have to run. I appreciate the time, man. It was a blast. So anytime you'd like to have me back, just let me know. And see if we can make it work. It was a blast, bro. It was awesome. Good stuff.
I'm glad you had fun, Sean, man. I appreciate you coming, man.
Pleasure, Sean.
Gentlemen, awesome. Nice meeting you guys, Chris.
Too bad.
Yeah, you guys, I'm gonna let you guys say all your final words to Sean, and I'm gonna say my final words to him, and then we'll let him go. Go ahead.
No, just Sean, plug right quick.
Yeah, listen, guys, you can follow Sports Zone Chicago. Okay, that's my network. My show is a flagship show. It's called Sean and Maya in the morning, 3 days a week, Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 9 a.m. to noon Central Time. You can check us out. Facebook, YouTube, Instagram. We have our own mobile app, so if you have an app, go wherever you get your apps from. You download it. We also have a Roku channel, so if you have a Roku television in the house, you can download the Sports Zone Chicago tile as well. Please do that. All the Roku devices in the house, you can check it out. Please download it to all the devices, even if it's in the kids' room. Don't worry. We need numbers. We want as many numbers as possible. So there's no way that don't say that you can't find us. Everybody's got YouTube. Everyone's got Facebook. And a lot of people have Roku TVs. Everybody's got a damn phone. So you can just download the Sports Zone Chicago app. That's where we have our articles and things like that. So, but Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 9 a.m. to noon Central Time is where you can catch me on this flagship show, Sean and Maya, in the morning.
I'm going last. So if you guys want to say your parting words to Mr. Sierra before he leaves.
Pleasure meeting you, Sean. Thanks for taking the time to join us tonight. This is awesome.
My pleasure, Matt. Thank you.
Yeah, man. I appreciate it. I appreciate the education.
Yeah.
Sean, it ain't nothing but love, man. I'll see you tomorrow or the next Wednesday or whenever you're on again. I'll see you.
Cool, man.
So it's wait. So I'm being told to put up a banner for you. So it's a Sports Zone Chicago.
And get Maya on some more, man. I'm tired of your ugly ass.
Shit, John.
Well, Maya, she works in mental health. She's in a hospital, so they're short staffed. So she's like, man, she goes, I want to come on, you're supposed to be at the end of the year. She was gonna step away, but she's getting that OT, and I'm like, shit, I ain't mad at you, girl. Make that money.
Hey, shit, I ain't mad at it either,
Make that
shit.
money, girl. Make that money.
Yeah.
I hold it down.
Yeah, get that paper.
Sean, I was actually turned on to you when Nomad and I were doing a show on my own channel, Bears Country Podcast, and he was like, yeah, we need to get this guy on the show before we were on the bar room. And I really got into watching your show really because of you, Nomad. So I'll give you credit for that. And dude, like not living in Illinois, then going from Georgia to Florida, and then I go back to Illinois. I'm coming back home for like another month because I work from home, so I'll be there for like another month. And I love listening to you because you give me the actual real Chicago shit that's going on in the real world. I loved when you were talking, like one of my favorite episodes when you're talking about the car show. It just reminded me of going to the car show every year. I'd stop off at Billy Goat's on the way home, stay there late, get a couple of shitty cheeseburgers that I love, things like that. And
chips, no fries.
Yeah, chips, no fries. Yeah. Those big thick pickles, like only mustard and onions with a Kaiser roll. It's awesome.
Kaiser roll, yeah.
So yeah, Matt Kedro. Thanks, Matt. My next baby daddy. But I mean, Sean, thank you very much for coming on tonight. I was really looking forward to talking to you tonight because I love your show, and it's a pleasure to listen to it. You help me get through my day when I'm working. So thank you very much for coming on and sharing some of your knowledge and your thoughts about the Bears tonight. And you helped to make this a great show. I think that everyone can agree with that. So thank you very much, my friend. I appreciate it. It's nice meeting you.
No problem, man. I think all of us had, were part of it. Kedro and Matt and C Money. It was not C Money. It's C
Sharp.
C Sharp. Yeah, I like C Money.
I like it was C Money. I do too.
C Money. I like it too. I can change that for you.
When I saw C Sharp, right away I thought of C Money, but it was all. You know what? We all give our experiences, and I think that's what made the show great, bro.
Watch Sports Zone Chicago, Sean. If you don't get more Bears centric, I'm gonna sock you in the stomach next time I see you. Fuck the Blackhawks. We want to talk about the Bears, man.
I didn't talk much about them today, bro. I was like, yeah, it's my captain got a couple games left, and then probably gonna ride off into the sunset. But
hey, man, you're into the Sox world now. The baseball season's starting, so
bro,
you're jacked up, ready for that. I can't blame you. You need to have more Cubs on. I will say that though. More Cubs.
I have been guilty of that. Guilty as charged.
It's hard to find Cubs people though, right?
Yeah, I got the best guy I got is Evan Altman. So if you're a Cub fan, Evan Altman runs Cubs CubsInsider.com. He is a really, really, really good follow. So if you're a Cub fan, anyone watching happens to be a Cub fan, first of all, God bless you and stay away from the lead paint chips. But he's a good follow.
Don't chew the paint off of your concrete like my squirrels do in my front yard. Okay.
No, don't do that. Don't do that. It's not good.
All right, man. Let that man up out of here, man. Hey, Sean, I appreciate you, man.
Thanks, guys. I appreciate it.
Man. Thank you for joining us. Have a good night, my friend.
All right, now.
Peace and love, man.
Oh man,
there he goes.
I had Foster lined up to end the show with his comedic input. Let me see where he's at.
Better be glad because I just started on the defensive side of the ball. You don't want me to get started.
Oh fuck, the defensive side. I can't stay awake until 3:00 in the morning.
No, we don't need to. All you had to do is give your dog. You ain't have to give a fucking whole book. Just say who your dog is. I didn't start that shit. I just said who my dog was.
I love Darnell Washington. What?
Okay. You had to
He loves
explain
you,
it
bro.
and had to tell me he wore a rubber and it bust and shit and all that shit. I ain't need to hear all that. I'm just telling my dog.
I definitely would be I would be impregnating him, right? He'd be impregnating me. That's for damn sure.
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay. Now I'm worried. I wasn't worried before. It was all fun and games, but
Like,
I was
this
gotten
is going
into
fine.
the actual impregnation of Darnell.
Hey, Matt,
Chris,
hold up.
I
Wait,
apologize for these chowder head motherfuckers, man. Fuck
Oh,
them,
man,
No
they-
problem,
Wait,
It's-
I have
it's
to
all
explain it
good,
to
man.
Matt. Hold on, Matt. Once I'm impregnated, though, I give birth to a giant egg that then cracks and hatches and gives birth to a 95-year-old man who ages backwards.
Holy shit! Did you just think about that? That just came out of your skull.
No,
So
no,
we're talking.
no. Here's the point to what I just said.
Okay.
95% of the fucking people listening to what I just said have no fucking idea what I just said. Mork and Mindy, guys. You ever heard of that show?
Oh yeah. So I was just gonna say it was like baby butt.
Wait, hold
Benjamin
on, hold on.
Button
Can
bird
I
baby.
ask-
But yes,
you know who
Mork and
Robin
Mindy
Williams
works as
is? Robin Williams. Anybody here know who Robin Williams is? Anyone?
And Pam Dauber.
Oh, thank you.
Nanny,
See,
nanny.
Robin Williams, did he play on Happy Days?
No, that was the other guy.
No. I bet you there's at least one crossover episode.
Yeah.
I feel like there's. I feel like there's a crossover episode there.
All right. I think the chat gonna get mad at me if we don't do a rapid fire on the defense.
All right,
'Cause
let's
they
go.
chewing at the bit right now.
Nanny,
The
bro.
Beatles.
Okay. Give me your best defensive end, edge. You don't give me no speech. Just give me a guy. Beast.
First.
Shorty.
Defensive end, Beast.
Yeah.
My number one guy would be Wilson. If I had to settle, I'd go for Zach Harrison.
Okay. Yeah. Go ahead, Chris.
I like Lucas Van Ness and Felix Anadike and Zuma's close second.
Ooh, that's gonna piss off some people. I make a lot of people happy with that one.
Okay, Matthew.
I'm gonna go with BJ Olari, and second would be Double A.
Okay, so we have first and second. So I'm gonna give you my beast, and you already know that's Will McDonald. My second up is Thule.
Okay.
So it's Thule edge.
Not as a three tech.
Yeah,
three.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean he's versatile like that. He can. I put him as a beast at 3 tech too. Shit,
Okay. All right.
that's how much skill I think this dude got.
So he's got some. You can move him around that line, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Okay.
So
Go
if he
inside.
left
Let's go.
McDonald-
Let's go nose. 1 tech.
Ooh, that's my. I'm with you on the Wisconsin guy for that.
Okay. You going Keanu Benton. Right, Shorty?
Yeah, Benton. Yes,
Okay.
yes, sir. Yep.
Good pick.
I'm going Mozzie.
Ooh.
Mozzie did 28 reps of 325
Okay.
pre-combine. The beast.
You got a 1B? Because you said one before.
I like Ika. I like him.
So slow.
Straight one. We're just talking about ones, right?
Yeah.
I like Wisconsin too. I like Benton too.
Ooh. I can't disagree with none of that. Come on, Matthew.
I would have went Mozzie too. I'm gonna go Zach Pickens.
As a 1?
No, he's too small.
Yeah,
He's
you
too
better
fast.
save him, man.
You're right. He's too fast. Let's go. Who's my other guy?
You probably talking about Siaka.
Yeah.
I thought Siaka, he was so slow. I'll say Dexter. I'm gonna say Dexter, but he's more of a 3-tech to me too. Than a nose.
You know what?
Like, I'm forget it. I'm going Mozzie. Like Mozzie's the guy. If we're talking nose, it's got to be Mozzie.
All right, let me start this off by saying why I won't take Mozzie and why I would like to take Mozzie. His engine is missing. He's hit and he's missed. He's misfiring. He's a monster at some points in the game, and then he's missing for the rest of it. So I can't take Mozzie. The problem, the absolute problem, if you put him at 1 as a beast, is Keanu Benton. Even though he has position versatility, I'm going to probably pick him 1 or 2 at 3-tech when we get there, but that's how I feel about that dude. So it's Keanu Benton for me.
I like that one. I agree with you on that one.
Okay, Shorty, give me a 3. 3-tech.
Man.
How about this? Let's give me a 3-tech that fits Eberflus's scheme.
I'm so bummed that Carter is an asshole. You know,
if he's the one, call it. Forget all that stuff, man. Just if he's the beast, if you call him the beast,
I know his downfalls and shit, but I do like Kalijah too. I'm worried about his short arms, as J Rock says here. Kalijah
I ain't talking about. We're talking about fits, J Rock. You know damn well Kalijah don't fit, man.
I know he doesn't, but I like him. It's not. This is my problem. I start getting if I start doing the draft beforehand way too much, I start falling in love with all these players, and I'm like, well, maybe I can make them fit and blah blah blah. But once I get closer to the draft, and then I really dive in and go, okay, I'm going to narrow it down to 3 guys for each position, or and then figure out where our positions are in the draft. Where we pick. It's not as fun for me because I get to this point where I'm having to answer questions where I'm like, well, I don't quite know yet. So I kind of like Dan Aguirre in that sense, where it's like, or even Greg Gabriel says himself, he waits until a couple of weeks before the draft. I'm almost there. If you ask me this fucking question in 2 weeks, I promise you, I will give you my answer. I'll go like this: boom, 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 boom. But if I had to answer it right now, the 3-tech, if I had to take a 3-tech at 9, is that your question? Or
the beast? I'll just ask you who you think the beast out of all of them are, and who's the fit in our scheme.
Jalen Carter. Yeah, I'm sorry.
Okay, that's easy. That's easy.
But I'm going to be. People are going to tar and feather me for saying that right now because I'm not prepared to say that.
That's all right. Hey, politicians get their ass whooped all the time. But they got to choose a side. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You're gonna get criticism. And so, okay.
Let's go back to my room.
Everybody put their 3-tech. Did you get your 3-tech, C?
Not yet. I'm going to put Tuipulotu. That's 3-tech. I think he's built for it. If he's a 290, he's there. Production.
See, that's where I wanted to go. But isn't he a defensive end right now?
I think he's a 3-tech in our system. I think
that's an edge rusher PE, but he's
that's why I'm not there yet. Yeah,
he can kick out probably, but you know what? I think he's built to play. And as is the AA, the guy from Northwestern, I think he's more of a 3-tech in our system.
Size-wise, he has potential to maybe be molded into a 3. He's not traditionally a 3 from what I've seen.
Yeah, I think they add a little weight to him that with his speed and quickness, I think he's special 3-tech.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
That's my answer too. But I'm not there yet because I haven't studied whether or not he can actually play 3-tech because I've heard he's a defensive end, and I'm not there yet. You know what I mean?
All right, don't be leeching
I'm
off.
like an asshole because I'm running a podcast, but it's like that's how my mindset goes. When you're running a podcast, you have much more things to think about than that, you know. So
Right.
you make your time.
Don't
thing.
be leeching off Chris now. You know, let him have his blood now.
You are forgiven.
Nomad, can you
So-
run the chat a little bit while I go take a piss?
Man, go take a piss. We got it. Go ahead.
So since you said Shorty was leeching off Chris, I'm gonna leech off you for my 3-tech and go with Keanu Benton because he's both, man. He's a little bit of both.
Sure
I
enough,
think he was
right.
great.
You sure enough right.
Yeah.
You know what? Before I answer this question, let me say this, and I'm not gonna give you guys a book. I said, let's give me your Beast 3-tech and give me the fit at the same time. And so when I get through with my love affair with Tuli's a bad motherfucker.
Who he is, man.
He's a monster, man. That engine that dude got on him, man, ain't nothing gonna stop him in the next level, so long as he keeps that mindset up.
Mm-hmm.
But as much as I love that guy, the fit, when you get through looking at Eberflus's defense and listening to him talk, his defense says he wants size, length, and explosiveness. Size, length, okay. That narrows it down to a couple of guys. To me, it's either Jervon Dexter or Keanu Benton.
Yeah.
Jervon Dexter, people would argue with me. Greg Gabriel's argue with me, and he ain't argue with me, but he just told me that, he's not a 3. I don't believe that. I believe that Jervon Dexter is exactly what DeForest Buckner was in college, a really raw talent that was really big, and you develop guys. He may not have everything that you want right now, but that size, strength, and athleticism, you can't pass that up if you don't get a Jalen Carter or somebody like that. So my beast is 1A would be for 3-tech would be Jervon Dexter, 1B would be Keanu Benton.
What did Gabriel? He thinks Dexter's what a end in a 3-4.
Say that again.
Do you think he'd be a 5-tech?
Man,
Is that what Gabriel thinks he is?
Gabriel thinks he's a nose guard.
Oh, he thinks he's a 1. Yeah.
And I'm not here to argue with him about that. I think Gabriel sees what he sees on tape and judges it based on what I see right now, what that guy is. I think that's what he sees it. I see beyond it. I think development. I think that guy can be everything you want.
I agree with that. I think he can play 3-tech too. I think he can play 3-tech too.
All right. And I'm gonna say it one more time. Jervon Dexter, Keanu Benton, Tuli Tuipulotu. AA is good. I think he's gonna be really good in the 3-4. I don't think he fits this scheme at all. Neither do I see Kalijah Cansey. Not that I don't think these guys are awesome. I just don't see him fit here based on what I hear Eberflus say he wants in a 3-tech. Big, fast, explosive, and long.
I think what turned me off about Cansey was hearing all the Aaron Donald comparisons, man. I mean, I've seen him get pushed around too much. Yeah, he's got a mean swim move. He's good with his hands, but I've seen him get pushed. I've seen him get pushed around some too. Not in Donald, you don't see that happening.
No, it's some truth to it. He's got that kind of motor and that quickness off the ball. It's just hard to fucking deal with. He's gonna be a problem. He may not be a problem right away in the NFL because if the offensive linemen in the NFL, they are canny. Mm-hmm. They will get their hands on him really quick and take him out of a play.
Yeah.
No, usually defensive linemen don't really develop into what you think they're gonna be until after the first couple of years. Mm-hmm. You get a rare one that will come into the league and, for some reason, maybe development or for whatever reason, he just wants it that bad that transcends that. But most defensive linemen, I don't give a fuck who it is, where he was drafted at, is going to struggle on the next level because he's used to dominating with power, just running over people on the college level. That's just not going to be the case when you get to the NFL. I don't give a fuck how big and strong you are. You're going to have to learn some technique. And so yeah, I feel strongly about Javon Dexter, Keanu Benton, and Thule. Really strongly about those guys. Not to say that some of these other guys won't be good players. That's how I see it on tape.
Well, you know what's funny, man? We haven't mentioned either of the Clemson guys tonight.
And we haven't mentioned Tyree Wilson. Tyree Wilson is another guy that can kick inside and really get down, I believe. He's not really quick at foot, but he's going to have to get really good. He's raw as shit. Yeah. Tyree Wilson, I don't give a fuck how many accolades people give him, how much people pump him up. Tyree Wilson is raw, and he's going to have to get better with his hands.
Mm-hmm.
And so when he gets that, he's not going to be no guy that comes in the league and turns into a dominant force. No, he's going to take a couple years or a year at least. But once he gets his hands together with that size and that strength, he's going to be a force.
You talking about Tyree Wilson?
Yeah.
So that's what I mean. Like, as opposed to where he goes in the first round, is the Zach Harrison comparable to him with his measurables that you can get him in a second or third round, or somewhere around there?
I'll let these guys chime in on that. I got my feelings about him.
Harrison was just underwhelming. Where he came out at, he was just so highly. I mean, he was like a 4 or 5 star, prospect. And I mean, he never made his imprint. I mean, he was a good player, but he never lived up to that, the billing he had coming in.
That's where tape is king, right? Like, a lot of these guys. Go ahead, Chris.
Well, I was just going to say, I think there's probably a place for him in the league, but I don't ever think he's going to be, superstar. I think he'll be serviceable.
This is it. There's a lot more tape on a guy like Tyree Wilson than there is on Zach Harrison to look at. Harrison's good. A lot more success and record of success for Tyree. So I'm for the whole quantity over quality case scenario too. But it's a tough one to judge when it really comes to those first round talents. And the way that I'm looking at it is Pohl says there's 7 guys that he thinks are blue chippers. I don't know who those 7 guys are. I have a feeling one of them is one of those 2 first round running backs. One of them is likely a quarterback.
You said running
One
back?
is Jalen Carter. Huh?
Running back?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I think one of those. I think Bijan or Jameer are one of those 2 are one of the blue chippers he's talking about. That's my thought, and why I think that has a little bit to do with the fact that during the last show, me and Omad were talking a little bit, and it turns out that Flus kind of let slip that he was there, kind of looking at Gibbs already and trying to assess his pass catching ability. I think one of those.
But not at 9. You at 9? You think?
I would not expect them to pick up a running back at 9 because that's just ludicrous.
Yeah.
But I do think that one of the blue chippers he's talking about is a running back.
I think what he's saying. I believe what he's saying is okay. I think in a world that you end up with the 9th pick, and you don't have the trade scenario that you're looking for, and you're sitting at the 9 pick, and you got the timer on you, and you need to make a pick. The blue chippers that he's talking about, the guy that can change the game and flip the board for you, I think he's saying, and I think he's right. Is one of those guys is Jahmyr Gibbs. That guy can change a game for you. In one fucking run, he will change a game for you. If they took Jahmyr Gibbs at number 9, there would be a bunch of people that would have a whole lot to say about that. I would be one of those people on the other side of it, feeling like, okay, they couldn't get the proper trade at number 9, and they decided to take the best player on their board. If that guy is Jahmyr Gibbs, I can fucking see why. I can fucking see why. I watched the tape hard. I can see
agree
why
with
they did that.
He's special. I don't know. It's where value meets need to me, boy.
And this is the question. I don't want them to pick him at 9. Again, another blue chipper in my mind would probably be Paris Johnson. There's 7 of them, and I think I'm at, I'm pushing 4 already, right?
Yeah, I'm sure Paris is one of them.
You're
Talking
right.
about guys available. We talking about guys. Let's just say, in every mock draft. Remember, we did that mock draft on Bare Their Souls, and I convinced Aldo to do it live, and I kept telling him, man, every mock draft I did on every mock draft site, that motherfucker Paris Johnson was gone before we got to him, and so and I got him to entertain the thought of, is Paris Johnson worth a trade up? We got into that whole conversation. I don't know about that. Matt. I think I don't know, man. Because you can always trade back later.
Yeah, but you got to collect assets at 9. I think you got to give up way too much to move up.
I could almost never, and it has everything to do with Ryan Pace. Like Ryan Pace, you know what I'm saying? Like straight up and down. What a guy! Like how can you trade back multiple times and only sometimes see some marginal benefit of?
I need to get whenever somebody said Nagy, I had a soundbite that I pulled up because I need to get one for Pace now, because you just said it like 3 times in a row. I could have just gone boom, 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 Pace, saying some dumb shit.
It's like
no more Pace
one too many times. Don't say that shit no more, man.
His trade ups were just
come into existence.
brutal.
You can't say his name 3 times.
Oh wow, it's like Candyman. That's all right. In any event, yeah, I can't really co-sign on a trade up for any. I don't care who this. If you're trading, and just again Ryan Pace, if you're trading up and you miss, like bro, you screwed up in a major monster way and should be reamed out and answer questions.
Yeah, all the good he's done would be erased.
It's not. Right? It's not where you want to be. It's not where you want to be. All we did was entertain the scenario in a world in which you think somebody like, and not to J2K. In every mock I've done, Broderick Jones has always gone before. He's always gone before Paris Johnson every time.
Before.
Yes.
Wow.
Okay. Always. And so, Jalen Carter's gone, Paris Johnson's gone, Broderick Jones is gone, Devin Witherspoon, usually Tyree Wilson, all the quarterbacks. So the major guys that people are talking about, most of them are gone except for the guys that people are talking about. JSN is there. Let me see. Let me think.
Honestly, I don't really expect us to pick at the 9th pick. Like I just kind of have to put that out there. I really don't. I think those 3 guys you just mentioned, if those 3 guys are gone, we got to get the hell out of there. We got to move back, because now we're talking top of the 2nd round, and we're talking about some really cool players at that top of the 2nd round.
I'll tell you one thing. If it's me, if I'm sitting in the 9th pick and there's opportunity to trade back, I'm going to do it every fucking time. Every time. If I get stuck in the 9th spot and I'm taking the best player available, I'm gonna end up with some guys. I'm gonna end up with a guy that most people are gonna say, "What? Huh? What?"
Yeah.
And it's because I'm gonna take the best player available on my board. And so that's me. And I'm thinking, trying to translate my mind to how they're thinking. If they're stuck at the 9th pick, they're not gonna care about position. They're gonna get the best player available.
And this is the question of the day right now, right? So, who's that pick for you? If Jalen Carter's gone, Paris Johnson is gone, and we're gonna throw Broderick Jones in there, and Skronsky, damn it. Let's just take those guys off the board. Who do you pick?
Number one, Skoronski gonna be there.
Yeah.
He might be there. He probably like I won't even say might. He probably will be there. But I kind of want to take him off the board for the sake of.
I ain't picking this big ass.
Okay. All right. Perfect. That's what I really need to
I
hear.
ain't picking this big ass. I don't give a fuck how all these people hyping his ass up.
Yeah.
He's just a goddamn offensive lineman that's probably not long enough at the arm to play tackle. He's a guard. Why the fuck would I do that right now? I'm not picking Bijan,
right.
and I'm not picking JSN. Fuck no, they're not elite at their positions. I wouldn't do it. Now let me quit saying what I won't do because it sounds like
I was
I know
sitting
better
here
than the
chatting
team.
and trying to make my case for JSN and chat, and then you say that, and I had to just come in and go, dude, what? How can you say that, Nomad? His route running is out of this world. It is spectacular. I don't care if he
I
runs
made a
4.540. Who gives a shit about football speed is different. So
I made a mistake, man.
Expound
I
on
shouldn't
that.
say I don't think the Bears would.
Okay, fair enough. Fair.
I hope
We got Kedro over here yawning.
Sorry, bro.
Never show the yawn unless private chat. Don't show the yawn.
No, man.
Sorry,
I was
Dying
interested
over here.
in what
You can leave if you
would
want,
do
Matt.
instead of the Bears.
Okay. If I'm the
Almost-
GM,
If you're GM, 9, all of the above are gone. Tyree's gone. Skoronski's still there.
okay. What I'm thinking is I know that I can get value and I can develop an offensive lineman, whether it be I know I want to tackle. I know I want to tackle, whether it be a left tackle or a right tackle, whether it be Broderick Jones, Paris Johnson, what's his name, Darnell Wright, either one. I know that there's some guys that come behind those 2 or 3 guys that we can develop and do really good with and do really well with. I know I'm not worried about whether or not people think that's the right move for me. I'm going to accumulate me some picks. I'm trying to get to 15, 18 picks if I can. And so I'm going to look at some guys on the offensive line that I can catch in the 3rd and 4th round. I'm going to look at, okay, is it basically what I'm going to do every time is trade back.
Okay, but in this scenario, you don't get the offer you want. You're stuck at 9.
Okay. Who would I go grab if based on what I've seen?
Yes.
It's going to end up, who do I grab every time? It's going to be, I'm going to go get Darnell Wright.
Okay.
First.
Okay.
I'm going to trade back and I'm going to get Darnell Wright.
Well, and that's a scenario. I mean, in the perfect world for me, again, I'd love to get to 17 and pick up 32 from Pittsburgh. In a lot of scenarios, I've heard that they think that's a little light for number 9, trading getting in the top 10 at 17 and 32. I've heard some people say they have to throw in something else. To me, I think it's probably, I don't know the charts and all that, but 17 and 32, I would love to get that for 9 because I still think you can get Darnell Wright somewhere in there and a quality edge rusher. How do you feel about Van Ness, man?
I think it's not enough tape on him.
Yeah, you're right. That's the caveat right there. There's just not enough tape. But I mean, the little tape that's on him is impressive, man. The dude's motor is just off the charts, and I don't know. I just keep having this reoccurring, JJ Watt thing.
I mean,
he reminds me a lot of JJ Watt.
Chris, he is a beast in the limited snaps that he got. Wasn't a starter. He didn't. I can. If I wanted to be critical and ding him on that, the fact that he didn't start, and he only played in spots. I can be critical about him, but what I did see about him is a whole lot of eye opening.
Yeah,
and he is big. He's fast. He's quick. He's powerful as shit, man.
Yeah.
Does that translate? Now, I'm gonna always go back to, he mostly won off power. Am I correct?
Yeah. His bull rush was his go-to.
Okay. Think about this. College players, again, they
Mhm.
win mostly off power.
Mhm.
How that translates, I mean, to the guys that are fighting for their lives in the NFL and really savvy and really grown ass men, he's not going to absolutely be able to dominate.
Sure, you're right.
He's
I
not.
That's why I talk about ceiling. I think he does have a high ceiling. Um, he's quick too. He's got some quickness and explosion. He's not the last person off the snap. It's just something about the eye test, man. I go so much over on my eyes. That's why I really like Felix and Duque. I like him too. I'd love to be able to pick up those three guys, Darnell Wright, Van Ness, and Felix.
You want to
Somehow.
know?
Go
Hey,
ahead.
hey, Chris, you want to know a guy that's going to really turn some heads if he gets to the right coach and the right developmental system?
Who's that?
It's going to be Yaya Diaby.
Louisville.
Yes, sir.
Mm-hmm.
I keep trying to get my mind where mock drafts have him. They got him going late for
Yeah.
round and all that kind of stuff. And my mind ain't there because what I see on tape.
Yeah.
I said this to Aldo, and Aldo was just like, and then people in the chat tore my ass up. And I mentioned the words Bruce Smith. And I'm telling you, he's got the exact same measurables. Exact same measurables. He's like a carbon copy of Bruce Smith without the accolades. This dude is going, I mean, he is a physical phenomenon when you watch him. You turn that dude loose on the edge, he's going to be bigger, stronger, and faster than every other edge in the NFL, pretty much. Besides, what's the dude in Cleveland?
Garrett.
Yes, sir. He is. I'm telling you, man, he's going to be a freak.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, that dude is going to go late, a little bit later than normal, but he's gonna perform, man.
I need to look at some more of him. I need to look at some more of him. Him and I think I like the guy, both guys at Tennessee. I like Young a little bit better than Henry.
Oh yeah.
I like him. I like Mike Morris from Michigan.
Yeah, I was gonna bring him up as
He's a freaky guy too. He's big, but that dude's explosive, man. I think you can put him on the edge.
His tape looks
hit and miss though, man. He's so hit and miss. You watch him on tape, he can fire at your ass and really come after the ball. But then it's times when you don't know he's in the game.
Yeah.
And I would, to me, if it was another edge it would be what you were talking about, Byron Young from Tennessee.
Mm-hmm.
He's got an edge as an edge.
Yeah.
His story is, oh my Lord. I mean, this dude really walked away from football, walked away from scholarships, walked away from the game.
Mm-hmm.
He was just like, I don't know what happened to him, what experience he had in college, but it didn't go the way he had planned. And he just walked away from it and started working at a damn dollar store. And I don't know I can't remember whether or not somebody said something to him or he saw something on TV. He was just like, man, you know what? I better get back on my shit before I lose it. You know, I don't belong here.
Yeah. That says he loves the game. He loves it.
Gentlemen, I have a question for you that I saved. Well, I have several of them that you've already kind of gone through most of the answers to them, so I have one left that I would like to present to you. Oops. Leo Factor, like 5 days ago, said, thoughts on Justin Fields going into 2023. What are your expectations for him? Is this really a make or break year? And Matt, you've been on the show before, so I'm going to switch the camera around here. I'm going to go to you next, Chris. Or wait, what's your new name? I changed it. C Money. C Money.
Listen.
So, thoughts on Justin Fields? Expectations for him. Is this his make or break year?
I think I don't believe in a make or break. That's ridiculous. I think he makes great strides. You got to remember, this is be his first time with the same coordinator, so he's going to make great strides this year. But I don't believe, I don't believe I don't believe you get rid of him after this year. I mean, unless he just crash and burns, that's not going to happen. Guy's got too much talent. I remember what he said when he drafted him. I'm built for this. I believe that. I got a lot of faith in that kid.
Mm-hmm.
I think he is built for it. I think he's going to have a real good year, and I think he's going to have it from within the pocket. If we give him a solid protection, he's going to put all that talk to rest. I think.
Can I go next? Because I think that, and I'm
no,
not,
you cannot. It's next. It's.
I'm doing it anyway. Fuck that shit. Look, I think, and I ain't criticizing Leo. Leo's my guy. I think it comes from a squeamish place with people. It's a squeamish. I don't know. People want to say they believe in Justin Fields, and they be bullshit. They don't. They wishy-washy, and you may see another quarterback out there that you like more than Justin Fields, and you don't feel like you're okay to say that out loud. And it's just a whole bunch of wishy-washy and squeamishness when it comes to Justin Fields because you don't feel like you've seen enough, or the little things that you saw on Justin Fields and you thought that he can do better. You want to be overly critical about when you don't pay attention to the details of why certain things happen. Right. You will come to certain conclusions. I will say that first. However, what do I feel about Justin Fields? I think for the first time in the history of the Chicago Bears organization, we got an absolute superstar.
Thank you.
And I think that once we realize, and it's going to be probably fairly quickly into this season, we're going to realize what kind of this dude is something else.
It's the first time in 4 years he'll be in the same offense twice. Exactly. We have a surprise guest here. I gotta bring this fucker on right now. Look at this guy. Look at
there he is.
Oh no, Baldo, you sick motherfucker.
Had the shits the last couple of days.
I got to go take a shit. Hold on, man.
That's the best way to ever jump into a friggin' podcast ever. That was awesome.
How you guys doing?
Well, we're dissecting good old Mr. Fields and, whether this is a make or break year for him. And I think it's my turn to go. And I think quite opposite as to both of you guys, right? I think it is a make or break year for the guy. And it's not coming from a squeamish place as far as no matter what's concerned. It's really coming from a place of just reality. Pace drafted him. They screwed up year one. Hey, let's sit the guy. We screwed up. We played him, got the kid hurt, made sure that he saw, ghosts for the next couple of weeks. And, then we go into season 2 and, we start off a little bit worryful and things start to progress and things start to look well. So let's be real. We just, the sample size isn't quite what any of us would have, liked to see. We need a little bit more, positivity from a sample size perspective, what we've seen. That's it. I have all the faith in the world because the kid came into the game as an accurate passer with a pretty solid deep ball. And those are the two things that are the most important to me. If you can throw the ball deep and accurately, everything else can be sort of worked out. I really didn't expect to see him be the running threat that he is. And look at him go. So, am I full-on optimistic as to what this year is going to look like? I totally am. But let's be realistic here and note that even Ryan Pace is only so optimistic here in this regard, and that's why we have another number 1 selection for next year.
What happens if it ends up being that the first?
Thanks for catching me. You see, I've been shitting on him all day, and it just kind of, it went with the flush. But Ryan Poles, my bad.
I think if they hadn't
we're gonna fuck that up for years, guys.
if Pace hadn't drafted him after trading up I think he'd have been chased through the countryside by the townspeople with pitchforks and torches. He had to draft him. So
I agree.
I think Poles is smart enough to see this guy's the real deal. And I mean, where's the threshold at? Where's the threshold if we say we saw enough? I mean, we don't want to see him run for 1,000 yards again. He did that out of necessity. We were always behind in the fourth quarter. The line was terrible. If we can fix the inside, if we can build this thing from the inside out, offensive line and defensive line, so we don't get run through like we did last year, and we're not trailing all the time, that's going to help him too. I mean, you know, it's all there. I don't know what everybody else sees. I've seen. I told you, Shorty. I told you, Jack Concannon was the guy I started with. Okay, and
Jack Concannon.
I've seen them all.
Number 11.
Yeah, and it's Avellini, all of them. I've seen them all, and this kid's different. He's different.
You know what? You know what's Chris? Everybody's so used to poverty.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Everybody's used to rats and roaches and
it becomes their normal.
Yep, stomach touching your back, and you can question everything. You question the mailman. Who is that motherfucker at the door putting that shit in the mailbox? Who is that? You want to question every fucking thing. And that's the kind of mentality we're in Chicago, because we've never seen a guy like him. And so immediately you want to who's this dude, man? And what is he's not doing like every other quarterback in the league. He had a roster last year that I was a part of helping build up and trying to make it look like more than what it was, but it was average. It was really average, and what they were able to do as a team, not just him as a quarterback, what they were able to do as a team is, man, that shit was through the roof to me.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I mean, credit to Matt Eberflus and Ryan Poles for picking Matt Eberflus, because those dudes can coach their asses off.
Yeah.
The thing with Justin Fields and the offense that he ran, being his first year in it, him not delivering balls when he should have been throwing balls and questioning what he was seeing, it's all attributed to being in a new offense and guys not getting the proper separation that he's used to throw a ball. And what did Greg say that when he was talking to Ryan Poles at the Senior Bowl? What did he say? He was looking for separators, guys that can make him feel comfortable throwing the ball. Am I right?
Exactly right. He was in particular looking for a smaller receiver, which is what he got with DJ Moore in the trade. So he kind of hinted to Greg, this is what I'm looking for, and this is what he found via the trade. And everybody that knows the game of football knows that's first-round quality wide receiver there, a proven vet who can catch you 100 passes, who's considered a number one wide receiver. And Poles made that promise. He got the guy, and you got to love, all of this feeling that's going on with the team. Like things are, fitting into places. Now, of course, he's got to have a great draft, but I'm very encouraged by what I'm seeing.
This is the whole feeling that we all are getting, right? As Bears fans, it's building up. It's getting very, very exciting to where we have all been talking about this at long extent for months on end now, that this team feels different. Mm-hmm. And now we're finally getting to the draft to see what he did last year with 5 picks that he turned into 11 and ended up with the most picks, tied with 2 or 3 other teams for the most picks in the draft last year. What's going to happen with the picks that they have now? Either way, because in polls we trust, right? So I mean, it's just we're so close to the draft now, and it's just going to be. We're so close to training camp, for crying out loud. I'm talking to Aldo about like when I'm coming home to come, because I want to go to training camp, and I want to get some video footage and shit on my own phone. I'll take a week off.
Shorty.
Go to training camp. I'm that excited. Like this is what happens to us Bears fans when the Bears get good, right? The whole
league is good.
Nation.
Yep.
Yeah, that's
Yes.
Madden said.
Quick little challenge for Shorty. We all had a problem. And I'm not just going to put this on you. We all had a problem with the fact that Justin was holding the ball a little too much, right? Everybody can agree with that, right?
Yeah.
And there was times when he probably should have let that ball go a lot quicker than he did, right?
Right.
Okay.
Agreed.
But
What if there's a world where that guy was not comfortable with letting that? What if he had to let that ball go a whole bunch of times when he wasn't comfortable? How many interceptions would that dude have had? And how much criticism would we have for him for letting that ball go when he did? So we're talking about a whole nother universe now, right? If he'd have thrown 30 interceptions this year because he threw a ball in tight spots and stuff like that, we don't really think about that.
right.
You know, why he held the ball. I'm not comfortable with throwing the ball in a tight spot. I'm not throwing it.
I never thought it was an inability to process.
Right.
I never got the feeling he couldn't process.
Clearly.
I got that with Trubisky.
Yeah.
But I never got it with Justin. It was a matter of separation and probably eventually hearing footsteps
And protection.
Yeah.
It's a lot of stuff combined,
Yeah,
man.
I don't 100% agree with that. I do think that there was some processing things. I mean, even Justin himself has admitted that, you know, and this was after the season. I remember he was on, I think it was the Rich Eisen show, and he talked about how things are starting to slow down later in the season when things, you know, everything was like a blur. You know, the game, prior, and contrary to what he said before he played an NFL game, when he said that the game,
he wasn't impressed with the speed, right?
Exactly.
But I don't think he has an inability to process.
Totally agree.
Yeah,
totally agree. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
I think it was like, when he came in.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, please.
No, I was just saying when he came in from college and he was playing in a preseason game, he was playing with a bunch of scrubs, so it seemed like it was, you know, relatively the same. So he was like, oh, it's fine. Then he gets into the real NFL, and you have, you know, the defensive end from the Browns coming at you, and plus everybody else on the Browns line.
Shorty,
you're murdered.
That preseason game too, if you remember. I don't know if you remember, but he got it was the Bills. I can't remember who hit him. Somebody just took
that was a
preseason game
when Trubisky looked like the
Trubisky All-Star revenge game. That's the exact game. But
thank God it was just fucking preseason, right?
Hey Matt, Aldo, what if you're Justin Fields' agent and you're going into a season with the roster that Justin Fields was sitting there looking at? He's looking at his roster, he's looking at his receivers, and he's looking at his offensive line, and he's going into it week one. And he has a conversation with his agent. I'm throwing a scenario out there that's really happening that we don't really know about, but we really don't know the contents of that conversation. But shortly, he had a conversation with an agent going into the season with that roster. Is there a world where you would expect that agent to say, you know what, no matter what, do not throw that ball if you're not sure? Because if you end up with 20 plus interceptions, you're not going to be considered as the franchise quarterback. Do what you need to do. You need to run, whatever you need to do. But if you don't feel comfortable throwing that ball, understanding the circumstances, don't fucking throw it. Could you picture a conversation like that?
I don't think it would be an agent conversation, but I do think a conversation like that at some point occurred last year. To be honest with you, I think it probably occurred the week before the week before the bye week before the Patriots game. Like when they changed everything to run, I'm quite certain they probably took a pause and said, wait a minute, if we have this kid throwing willy-nilly and these guys are getting zero separation, yet we've got a protection problem, those things just equal interceptions. And I see where you're going. I think that conversation was probably a Luke Getsy, Justin Fields conversation that would have been had right around when we needed to focus on shifting to a run-heavy offense.
But it was had. It was had.
I think so.
Okay.
I think so.
Okay.
I think it was at some point, I believe it became a conscious decision where he had to stop and say, you know what, I could attempt to throw this stuff into tight windows and pray to God it doesn't get picked off. But if I do that, I'm probably riding a bench next year.
What you think, Aldo?
Yeah, I definitely believe that. I agree with Matt. I think that was more of a Getsy thing. Whether the agent did it or not, it's possible, but usually they try to stay out of that. I forgot who Fields' agent is. Do you guys remember?
Nah.
Same guys, Chase Claypool. I don't.
Yeah,
No.
I don't think that they're the type that will, interfere in that way. You don't want to. I don't know. If I'm an agent, I don't want to plant that so much in my quarterbacks. I don't want to plant anything that has to do with his play. I'm worried about his public image. I'm worried about endorsements. I'm worried about, figuring out what the market is going to be in 2 or 3 years when he's going to get his $50 million or is it going to be $40 million? I'm worried about that stuff. I think Getsy had some really serious discussions with Justin about protecting the ball. Sometimes that worries me because we saw it with Mitch Trubisky. John Fox coached him in his rookie season, and they implanted in that kid so much about protecting the ball, don't throw interceptions, that he was afraid to throw the ball. And he had a better offensive line than Fields has now.
I saw a lot of that this year.
Yep. I definitely think that it's part of an indoctrination process that probably happens to all rookie quarterbacks, right? Their coaching staff really drills that in, unless you got some gunslinger offensive coordinator, and I can't think of any off the top of my head right now. Everything is much more controlled now. Short passes, get rid of the ball quickly, be accurate, be on time, all that stuff. And, so it's almost safeguarding quarterbacks from making those kinds of mistakes, even though they still do.
Although I was watching, one time I was watching a Swift video. He was doing the all-22. I think the Bears were playing. It was the game that I think EQ ended up with the long pass, the really long pass down the field, and he should have scored, but he didn't. Well, in that game, what was it?
I was going to say, wasn't that the Detroit game?
Might have been. I think it might. Yeah, it was the Detroit game. Okay. And in that game, I seen a whole bunch of guys in that all-22 video. I seen a whole bunch of reasons why not to throw the ball. I did. I just was imagining being him and looking in my progressions and seeing a bunch of
your surroundings. Yeah.
No, it's just I seen a bunch of DBs plastered to my guys. And what am I throwing at? That's what I was thinking in my head. Like, am I gonna throw this? No, fuck that. I'm gonna run this touchdown. Fuck it.
Right.
I mean, I seen a bunch of that throughout the year. I wouldn't just single it out to the Detroit game. I seen a bunch of, I'm not sure if I should throw this ball. Let me do something else. Let me break away and loosen this shit up a little bit. Maybe they'll break away and make a play somewhere. And I'd seen a bunch of that throughout the whole season. I watched it all. And I think he suffered from a bunch of separation issues. And it goes to what Greg Gabriel was saying when he talked to Ryan Poles. He's looking for guys that can separate.
Well, you could really see it in the game before. You could really see it in the game before we traded Roquan and picked up Chase. That game, I can't remember who we were playing right now. I'm blanking out, but that entire game there was zero separation at all. And the whole time I'm thinking, man, we totally need a big, tall, just a tall 50-50 guy on the outside to take the double team off of Mooney and Komet. If we can do that, maybe that guy will grab a couple of balls. Maybe we're in at least a situation where the 50-50 case scenario, as opposed to separation, because we're not getting any, might bring a couple more balls down than was happening. And it was immediately interesting to me to see Poles go right out and go and get Claypool. Unfortunately, we're still trying to evaluate whether that was the best thing to do, but I see where his mind was from that maneuver. anyhow, I think I think we got a good quarterback. I only really at this point I really only have one problem with Justin, and
I
the
can agree
problem
with
is the
that.
kid's
Yeah.
he's got to throw the ball away when it's recognize when a play's dead and just get rid of the ball. That's all. Like if you're gonna hold it. I'm cool with that, bro. Like hold the ball, you'll run like a madman, and you'll get all level of yardage with your legs. Cool, but if it ain't there, man, live to play another down.
We're gonna be here at week 4, and we're gonna be like, oh my god.
I hope so. Like that's what I'm waiting for this season. I want
Aldo,
by
I'm
week 4
trying
for
to
us
find the
go
game that
decent.
we were at, where he threw that, we were at the Dolphins game where he ran that crazy run for like 60 something plus yards for the record.
One of
And
the
you and I
greatest
both
plays
got that
I've
on
ever seen.
tape. And
Yeah.
I have it on my phone. I'm trying to find it.
Let me see if I can find it. Well, while you look for it, I wanted to share with the guys one thing, because I think, Nomad's point about separation is really so important. There were so many breakdowns with the Chicago Bears offensive line, new receivers, mediocre receivers. But the biggest thing is that there wasn't anybody on the roster outside of Mooney who was really proficient at creating separation. And even you can make an argument there that Mooney had his worst year in terms of separating. So the one guy in this draft, I mean, there's several guys, but the one guy that I think of immediately when I think of let's try to get a receiver who can create separation and try to find that guy early day 3 is Nathaniel Tank Dell. This is my first exposure with him was at the Senior Bowl, and this guy was just uneffing believable. What he does to get open over and over and over again was just masterful. And I've been studying a little tape on him and reading on him. It seems like the only knock is that sometimes he's got these super alert, quick feet. Sometimes he takes too many steps because he wants to just, really break ankles. And with football, especially Luke Getsy's offense, it's a timing offense, and he might get slowed down on that timing. He might disrupt that timing with a lot of those steps. But nonetheless, whatever blemishes this guy has, the one thing that he definitely has as a positive is he creates separation. Look at this play right there. He left that guy on the turf. Masterful player, guy to keep an eye on. I think he, in all the mock drafts that I've run, I see him going early day 3. Never seen him go. So he could be like the 4th or 5th pick for the Bears, particularly if they trade down from 9, and that would be a hell of a get to put him in the lineup with Valus, who I think is a guy that's going to start to create separation a year under his belt, good coaching and so forth. And now with DJ Moore, Justin's going to be loaded, man. He's going to be loaded.
Although this, not to pile on what you're saying,
I agree
it
with
ain't
that.
got nothing to do with the fact that Aldo is saying it. There's a lot of guys that come into bowl games and get into combines and pro days that they get in shorts and drills and they look exceptional. That shit shows up what he's saying on tape consistently. Not sometimes, not one game, 2 games. This dude destroys motherfuckers all day, every day on tape. Tank Dell is no joke.
Right.
He is no joke. And he's going to be available late in this draft, I believe. And unfortunately, he's going to be available late in this draft, like a lot of really good players. But this dude, he's not bullshit. That he saw at the Senior Bowl was one thing in those drills. What I seen on tape is consistent. What I saw with those drills, this dude performs. He gets separation pretty much anytime he wants to. I haven't seen a guy that can really guard him. And given it's the college level, and he played against a bunch of teams that you would expect not to be able to guard him, but he played some really good teams too. When he gets to the league, I think there's going to be 2 to 3 slot corners that can really guard him and give him a challenge. Other than that, I think he's going to be exceptional.
Do you have a player comp for him, Nomad? Who would you
Tank
compare
Dell?
him to? Yeah.
Oh God, he's
I have
different.
a player comp, and you guys are gonna hate it, but I want to hear yours.
It would be Riley Ridley, not Riley Ridley, but the one that played in Atlanta.
Calvin.
His older brother, Calvin.
Ridley. Yeah, that's the best thing I got for him.
Here's my don't shoot the messenger. The other St. Brown brother in Detroit. That's who he reminds me of.
He's decent. He's decent.
He's
I
really
think he's
good.
way better than that dude, man. He's way faster than that dude.
Oh, he's much faster than him, actually. Just his.
You know what he ran at the combine? He ran a 4.49.
Okay.
He ran a 4.49. I thought he was going to run 4.3. I just knew he was going to run 4.3.
His on-field speed, Chris.
Yeah, he plays faster than 4.49.
Forget what he ran in the 40. That
I know.
is blazing on the field.
Football speed is real, guys.
His short area quickness is otherworldly. I mean, he gets away from somebody like the dude ain't there.
I've said this before, and may I please say it one more time? And like now that more people are watching, if they would just add a wide receiver stance to the 40-yard dash, and just to make a comparison to the two, I would love to see that, because if you're down there trying to hold your stance and it's very difficult, and you have to you lose your time in how far you can get off the line from that stance. Nobody does that. No wide receiver is doing that. A running back is barely doing that. So if you just put them side by side, had the normal 40, just do it like normal, and then add another one to the combine where the wide receiver or the run and anyone is in a 2-point stance with their foot on the line, just like they would be sprinting from there to a 40-yard dash. I would love to see the difference, because I think that has something to do with football speed in itself.
What?
I would like to see him do an 80-yard dash. Take the first 40.
Because you gain speed as you start.
I'm more interested in who maintains the speed in the last 40.
Right.
Time them from the first 40 and the last 40.
Mm-hmm.
Because that was where Jerry Rice. Did you ever see anybody catch Jerry Rice? No, because he maintained that top speed.
Yes.
I think more people, when you playing the game and you're involved in the game, I think speed has its place. I mean, long speed is what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
But more emphasis should be focused on short area quickness and how readily available you can make yourself in a small space in a short area, getting away from a guy.
Well, that's where the shuttles come in, isn't it? In the combine.
I think the shuttle is a limited drill when it comes to we're talking about Tank Dell, and we're talking about somebody that's going to play in the slot, and you got
I don't even think wide receivers run that
that's
they don't run a shuttle.
They don't do shuttle.
It has
its 40.
Hey Chris, it has its significance in the stop and start in that department, but where you would want to see a drill, it would be just getting off the ball. And how well do you get away from that dude in the first 3 or 4 yards?
Yeah,
that's where it happens at. If you can get separation that first 2, 3, 4 yards, you gold.
Do a 40-yard dash and let somebody jam them off the start. See how that works.
If you can't even get your hands on the motherfucker, then you're in trouble.
Exactly.
He's one of those kind of guys.
Mm-hmm. He is.
Nomad, have you did any film study on Tyler Scott, Cincinnati?
He's another spaghetti type of motherfucker. Yeah. He's slippery, he's wet, and he's another guy that can create separation like ain't nobody fucking business, man.
Mm-hmm.
It's a lot of guys like him, man. Those undersized guys that people don't really talk so much about because they don't have a hell of a lot of stats, and people just kind of push past them. He's another guy like Tank Dell, and he will leave your ass at the line of scrimmage. If you don't get your hands on him, he will leave you. And so, yeah, he's another guy, a value pick later in the draft that you can get.
You guys are
444.
killing it, man. Holy shit. 408. 4 hours again. Is that like the epic? Is that the standard for this show now? So everyone's like, when they ask me, how long does this show go?
I need to shut up, man, because I can keep going, man.
And I could go. I should go with you, bro. I've been waiting too long. I've been waiting a long while to get on this. I got bloody fingertips from typing in the chat.
I so appreciate you, man. I can feel that energy, man. I really can.
Like, oh, my fingers feel so much better tonight.
I feel that energy.
Why?
He came ready, man.
Why, Chris? Because you are no longer in the chat zone.
I am no longer there. I've been freed from the chat.
The chat zone. You are part of the show.
Wow.
We got Aldo over here, sick as a dog, probably half dead from COVID. Look at him. He's got a slacking Bulls shirt on and a Bears podcast. Wearing a Bulls hat. I came to the wrong party. Sorry.
This stains everywhere, says Nomad.
I'm glad you showed up, man. I bugged you enough last week in the chat about Van Ness and everything. Gabriel's. I was trying to get something out of you from Greg Gabriel about Van Ness, and you like, no.
I'm gonna on next Monday's show, I'm gonna ask him about Van Ness and see, sometimes he'll give it up himself, even though he'll tell me something and say, don't say anything to anyone. And then the next show he says it.
Well, the funny thing was when I looked at one of your earlier shows with him, he spoke highly of him. I mean, he was impressed with this is a kid I really like. And then it was a couple of weeks ago, you asked him, you said something about Van Ness, and he started to laugh, and he was like, there was a secret. I'm thinking, okay, what happened with Van Ness? I thought maybe it was a kid juicing or, what happened. But
hey, Chris, you want to know something?
Yeah.
And this is just off the record, just for you, man, when you want to really look at it. People don't talk about this enough because we just signed 2 starting linebackers.
Mm-hmm.
Our linebacker core is depleted after our first 3 starters. Well, let's just say our first 2.
Oh, yeah.
Plus Sanborn.
Yeah.
After those 2, we are depleted.
Oh, I know.
We're going to get a couple of linebackers, whether it be in the draft or after the draft. I think the most value for them is probably really, really, really late or after the draft. There's a few guys we need to strengthen up that position, because after our starters, we really don't have much behind that. And so that's an underrated and under talked about situation and position that we need to address in the draft and maybe afterwards.
Who do you like late?
For me, it's the guys that I really like is Cam Jones in Indiana.
Mm-hmm.
Shaka Hayward he's one of those guys that gets a C for me in between Cam Jones and Jeremy Banks from Tennessee.
So you think Henley's too high to be projected maybe to one of our picks?
Talking about Deion Henley?
Yeah.
I think he's not a good a fit as Cam Jones, 6'3", 225, and
that dude, he's smaller, definitely. He's probably I don't know if he's probably smaller than Sanborn too, but man, that dude sideline to sideline.
Oh, he's a problem, but he's only like 6'6'1".
Yeah.
And Eberflus's pattern is long, lean, and fast at linebacker. Right. And so Cam Jones
overshown
is there, but man, he's timid when it comes to hitting.
Really?
He's really timid. I watched him on tape and I want to love him. He's got all the traits. He's 6'4", long, and when it comes to a offensive lineman pulling, he's trying to get the fuck out the way, and he wants to get out of that play. He ain't trying to fight through that and hit that dude. Deion Henley is one of those guys that will do that.
Yeah.
And so I will give him credit.
one guy who's currently on the roster who I expect is going to make a big leap this year is Sterling Weatherford.
I was just going to mention
You
that.
better.
I mean, did you guys see his college tape? Because he was a safety in college, and this guy was making plays all over the field. You know, it was great. He could potentially be. And I'm not saying he's going to be a Hall of Fame Urlacher, but he could potentially be like an Urlacher who played safety at New Mexico, and then moved to linebacker and the pros. Well, the same thing is happening with Weatherford. It's going to take him a little longer because he's not quite as great an athlete as Urlacher and has the instinct, but he does have the instincts. And so I just feel like this guy could be a special player. I know, who was it that we got him off of waivers? I think it was an NFC team. In any case, they were really sad to see him go. They were hoping that they keep him stashed in the practice squad, but the Bears went after him. I think it was the Vikings.
Is it Arizona?
Was it Arizona?
We talking about Weatherford?
He was with the Colts. He was with the Colts at one point.
Yeah, he was with the Colts.
That's who it was. That's who it was.
Mhm.
Ballard was upset that they lost
That's right.
to Chicago.
That's right.
And
He ain't got no ass on him, although. He ain't got no ass, and he's going to have to grow one.
I know.
I thought they re-signed Anderson. Maybe I thought he did a good job last year.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
He's an interesting prospect, and so is strangely, so is Dominique Robinson. Robinson I think he's transitioned from. I think he went from quarterback to wide receiver to defensive end.
While he was at Penn State,
I believe so.
Really?
I think he got drafted as a quarterback, never got to see the field, transitioned into wide receiver in hopes to see the field, did see the field, played a little bit, but not enough to really make any sort of impact. Then there's a picture of him standing beside Chase Young, and just kind of looking at the picture, they're in and around the same build. And from there he went back and talked to his coach. Coach was worried that he was going to transfer portal out. And he was like, no, coach, it's cool. Like, I just want to switch positions. I want to play DE. And he was like, we just lost Chase. Absolutely, you can play DE. So he has a little bit of success in 1 year, but he's only got 1 year behind him and now 1 year in the NFL. So did we see a whole heck of a lot from Dom Rob last year? No. But maybe we will this year. Like, the kid really had to grow into his position. Hopefully, Flus and the gang has been able to coach him up to some extent. But I'd like to see a little bit more from him. And the other guy, that you brought up being Rutherford, who's sort of transitioning into his role. Those two guys are, interesting prospects for us next year.
I was really disappointed with Gibson, and I thought, after he got his opportunity, I really thought he'd flourish, and it wasn't there.
He was not. Gibson, out of all the players on that team, disappointed me more than any of them.
He was practically invisible last year.
Yeah, I will leave that there because, man, I don't want to just dog the guy.
Right.
Yeah.
However, Dominique Robinson, what I saw in him, every time I kept watching, and what I learned about him is he came with a move. And if it didn't work, he got locked.
That's it. He's got one move.
Whether it was speed, whether it was power, if it didn't work, he got locked. He had no counter to it. And so if you listen to Eberflus's conversations about him, and he kept saying all through the year, he's right there. He's getting closer. He's getting closer. He didn't have a counter. And so when I talk about somebody like Will McDonald, he is way more advanced than a Dominique Robinson right now in college. He's got a counter to your counter. He's got a counter and slap your mama and still get to the back and get to the quarterback. He can do that kind of shit. Dominique Robinson is new to the job, and he's learning what it takes to be a really good pass rusher in the NFL against real NFL offensive tackles. And I think he's going to get around that corner this year. Might turn up to be 4, 5, 6 sacks, but he's going to get around that corner this year, one way or the other.
Yeah. I've got to look at McDonald again.
one of the things that Nomad said about Weatherford's ass, made me think of the. I'm good.
What are we doing?
We're going to Mexico, aren't we? Are we going to Mexico? I'm all in for Mexico.
If it turns into some weather commercial.
Ain't get no Mexican food. It's not Taco Tuesday.
It made me think of how these players transform, these young players, they transform their bodies during one off season. One full season of NFL weight training and stuff really gets them, gets their bodies ready for NFL action. There's this transformation. You go to Hallis Hall and you're going to see some guys that have just looked totally different than they did as rookies. I can't wait to see guys like Weatherford, guys like Braxton Jones, to see Carter. What he's done, below the belt. And but one last thing I want to show you is.
Here we go.
Yeah, see, we're going to Mexico.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, where your wife at, man? Hey, where your wife at? Because I don't want to say nothing crazy.
She's sleeping.
I'm gonna get your ass slapped the hell up in that motherfucker. I'm telling you.
You on Telemundo?
We got freezing rain in Canada. I try to dodge the weather channel like the plague, but I'm all in. I'd love. I enjoy knowing what the weather is like in Mexico.
It's hot. That's what it is.
Oh yes,
it is. It's about 36, 24, 40.
40. Yes, sir.
Yeah. Oh my goodness! Look at this.
Now, easily Travis Gibson. Oh God, see, he gonna get me started now. Stop it, man. Sit your motherfucking ass down, Aldo.
That's ridiculous.
That's good.
God damn, Aldo, why you want to start this shit, man?
That's ridiculous.
What did I miss? I'm sorry. I had to leave for a moment.
Aldo,
Do you know what the temperature in Mexico is right now, Shorty?
Fucking
Aldo, I hope you got your ass beat when you was a kid, man. You
Retro
just
is killing me. I can't even sit here. Retro is fucking slaying me. I'm pulling muscles in my ribs and shit. So I'm sorry I had to leave for a moment. What did I miss?
Nothing much, man. We're just talking about ass.
You're talking about what
the Tijuana forecast.
Is that what you're saying? I can hear you guys talking about me from over there. You were talking about me, weren't you?
Oh my goodness!
I tell you, the guy to watch.
You know when you pull that muscle in your rib, that Aldo. You're older than I am.
Out of all the draft picks that we got, I tell you, the guy with the gun to his head.
Oh God,
Retro,
I love you, buddy. Good night.
Tristan Ebner is the one with the gun to his head.
Good night, Retro, man.
Yeah.
Retro, you are the fan of the month on the Barroom Network. And fuck all you guys right now. I'm the host of this show. Retro, we love you so much. Thank you for all of your patronage to this show in particular. And we love you. And I'm sorry I had to bow out because you were killing me. I literally pulled a muscle in my ribs, and we love you.
Taking a shit?
Very much for taking a shit. Just taking a shit. Shorty's taking a shit. No, I was smoking a bong. I'm not gonna lie. I was smoking a bong. I wasn't taking a shit.
And that's how you pulled your ribs? The muscle?
No, he in chat. You guys were.
I'm not sure which one's actually funnier. They're
my God. They're both fucking funny.
You know they got outhouses in Georgia, man. He was in that outhouse.
Yeah,
it's so disturbing when you're laughing so hard that you hurt yourself.
He was wiping his ass with a pine cone out in that outhouse.
Oh boy,
he's chafed a little bit.
He's a little chafed.
Oh man! Hey man, they help to get the dingleberries off your ass. That's all I can say.
They leave you.
I'll do fresh. Welcome back to the show. Elton comes in and like throws a grenade. Anyhow,
that's how they roll in Georgia, man. There ain't nothing out there, man. Just pine cones and needles and shit.
Dude, where I was just at with the lake house my buddy lives on, or doesn't live on, he owns. The pine cones were, I shit you not, like I should have brought one home to show you guys. They were this fucking big. I mean, they were like the size of like Shaq's foot.
You wasn't supposed to play into that.
I don't even know. I'm just trying to get over my rib. I can finally breathe again without my ribs hurting. Jeez, retro. Love you, man. Appreciate you.
All right,
Good
all right.
man, Matt.
Y'all want to wrap this, man? Because
Oh fuck no! You guys want to keep going? I can just go bow out and go to bed. You guys can go to 5.
I hear mercy. I hear mercy in a indirect way. So let's wrap it.
You guys, man. I mean, seriously, everyone here is what makes this show run. So anyone else that wants to join, just it's been going down there the whole time. Just email danthedirtybear@gmail.com. You can join the show. And we'll have you on, so we don't have to fucking have Aldo on sitting here sick wearing a fucking Bulls outfit to a Bears show. Getting
chicken and noodles wet.
But seriously, Aldo, like, thank you for coming on because everyone here loves the barroom because of you. If you can just come on once in a while, even on open mic like this, so you can talk to the patrons and the fucking fans of barroom, they love you, my friend. Just like I love you, and Nomad loves you, and Dan loves you, and Greg loves you, and Danny loves you. I'm Dan, but Danny Shimmons or Danny Shimon. Everyone else, AC, Chris Watts, blah blah blah. Go down the. It's the Aldo moment.
That's real nice of you to say, man. I appreciate all the love.
I'm sure everyone would want to just be a part of this, just to talk to you. If
man, shut up and let him just say
it. Maybe Aldo will come on that night.
I promise to come on as often as you want me to, man. Except when I'm tired, which is half the time I'm alive. No, seriously, you guys really knocking out our part. The popularity of this show, how quickly it's taken off, is just a testament to the great fans we have of the show, of Nomad and Mr. Shorty at the helm. Shorty's brilliant directing and facilitating and producing, all of that stuff. Nomad being a great articulator, getting conversations going, firing up the crowd and stuff. And all these great barflies, man. Chris and Matt and everyone else in the past, man. It's just, to me, it really makes me fucking happy. It's like me really fucking owning a bar now.
Yeah.
I wish I could buy a round for everybody.
That's what it's supposed to be, right?
Actually,
exactly. I just want to say something before we sign off.
I'm gonna crack this one for you, buddy.
Thank you, brother. Look at that. Wow, I love that sound.
Beer, man.
Draft week is going to be loaded. I estimate we're going to have about 40 hours of content draft week. Finalizing plans, going to reach out to some of the crew, and we're going to finalize things. So hopefully we can start promoting it. But it's going to be fucking phenomenal. The amount. It's going to be like ESPN. You just come over to the Barroom Network. There's probably going to be a live show on or something on to entertain, inform. And I'm really proud of what we got going on here. Our draft coverage is pretty damn good. So, and all of you guys are going to be a part of it because of open mic and because of the ingenuity of Mr. Shorty and Nomad. So, really, thank you guys very much.
Thank you.
It would be cool if we could all just kind of pop in like this during the draft content that's going on the barroom as members of the barroom, just to kind of come in and out.
Mm-hmm.
We don't all every one of us don't have to be on the show or what's going on during the draft, but just to go, holy shit, let me jump in and talk about this pick or whatever would be cool.
Absolutely.
So, okay, although if I'm right about the draft, do I get to move up to number one?
Say that again. If you're right about the draft, what?
I'm right about the draft picks. Do I get to move up to number 1?
Fuck, you're already number 1 in my heart, brother.
God damn it, fuck that. I want to be number 1 on the network. God damn it. I'm not bullshitting.
You want that prime time slot?
God damn right. I'm coming.
You know what's prime time, right? Immediately after the game. Those are the highest numbers.
Okay. And put me in, coach.
Get this motherfucker some production skills going on.
Okay. All right. Call my agent Rosenhaus, man. He'll talk to you.
Oh, man. Love you guys.
My bad.
Man.
Go ahead, Chris. Go ahead.
Hey, guys, this has been. I've been waiting a while. I can talk Bears all night, and this was a dream for me. I sent Dan the email, and he hit me right back. Man, I've been waiting all week. So anytime I can be a part of this, this is good stuff for me. And I watch Aldo and Greg every Monday. I love that, man. So I'm just all about the Bears, and this is, you guys put out good content, and I've been a part of it now. So hopefully it will again.
Hell yeah.
Matt, this is your second time on the show, and you're muted. There you go. You're up next, man. Finish out your thoughts, my friend.
No major thoughts. Thanks a million for having me on again. I know we're getting close to the draft. If you need some more content, I'm always happy to have a conversation about the Chicago Bears.
Yeah.
About that simple. Love chopping it up with you guys. And again, thanks for having me on. It's been awesome.
Loving it.
I will end it with this. This environment that has been created here in the bar.
You didn't call me out.
Oh, wait. I thought you already talked. You talked over Aldo, so I got all fucked up by it. Go ahead.
I got something special. I really do have something special to say. I want to take a second, and I'm not going to get long-winded. I'm going to be really quick. I embarked on a 7-year journey with my girlfriend, whose mother had dementia this week. This week, on Thursday,
right.
Late Thursday night, early Friday morning.
Picture as a joke. I didn't mean to do that as you were saying that.
I know. Let me finish.
Yeah, go ahead.
I know. Her journey came to an end early Friday morning, late Thursday night, around 12 o'clock. And Aldo knows, I told him. I didn't say it to Shorty because I didn't know if I was going to really do a show this week. But my girlfriend gave me the green light. She's like, you love doing this shit and doing this shit for these fans and really performing for them and giving them what they asking for. You love it. I want you to do it. And even though she's struggling, even though after 7 years of 24 hours, 7 days a week, you can't allow that lady to have any moment to herself unless she's asleep. 7 years, think about that, of the ups and downs that you would go through with somebody that's deteriorating. And I'm gonna be quick. It came to an end Thursday night, Friday morning. And right now we're going through a process of trying to figure out what life looks like for us after that sacrifice. And it's hard. She's going through it, and I'm trying to help her through it. And I just want people to know that if you run into a situation that you need to take care of somebody with that disease, just understand this. It's not going to finish the way it began. You're going to need endurance. You're going to need endurance. Not only that, you're going to need a whole bunch of how can I get myself from frustration to irritation and not hurt somebody. That's it's hard. And so I'm gonna close it with this. Give some money if you have it. Help somebody if you can with that disease, because it could happen to anybody. And the medicine is getting really good, and there's going to be a cure for it sometime down the line. Help out with that, because you don't want to be in that situation and not understanding what that situation will have for you later on down the line. It costs us a lot, but I'm glad I did it. And so I just want to tell you guys, you never know what's coming in your future. And if it happens to you, reach out to people that know what's going on, and there's going to be some people that can help you. And I just want to end it with that.
Well said, brother.
Yes, sir.
I mean, I had my ending in my head ready, so I apologize for pulling up my own Mark Trestman thing, trying to make fun of something, because I just thought you were going to go off on I didn't, because I did not know that. So
I know, man.
My deepest condolences to you and your girlfriend and your family and her family and going through all this. And I wish I could help you in any way that I could, but obviously nobody can help anyone in that regard. You just have to go through it yourself. And everyone always says, well, whatever I can do for you. Like, yeah, whatever. Can you come over here and help me tear down this wall that I was working on while I was trying to deal with this? Of course you're not going to do that. Whatever the fuck it might be in life. So like, it's kind of like false to even go there to say that, but whatever what you're going through right now, we've all been through, and I know that I have, and I know that Aldo has, and I can't speak for Pete or for Chris or Matt, but been there, done that. So deepest condolences, and good job for doing this tonight, because this is kind of the night that my mother-in-law died. I did the bear debate, and then right after that, you and I did a show after that. So I did 2 shows, like a complete asshole. I'm still not living it down, by the way. She'll probably see that tomorrow and be like, "Oh, I'm glad you said that." But I'm still not living it down. I did 2 podcasts the night that my mother-in-law passed away, so I kind of get it. So I think we should end the show on that. That's a good ending. Guys, thank you all so much. Aldo, I appreciate you coming on tonight just to wrap up the show. Everyone here does want to talk to you. So
get out of here. We did this already.
I'm not going to end this on a wanting to cry moment. So everyone here does want to talk to you.
Drop the pants and let's see that ass.
Anytime that you want to.
No, what you say that for, man? He's actually going to do it, man. Oh my God. Man, I wish I can kick him square in his ass.
When I was fishing this weekend, I was like across the other side of the lake. My buddy could see me. I just like put my pole down. I pulled my pants down and mooned him, and he was like, and I was like, but it was so far away you could barely make it out. Other than I was mooning him, So that's for you guys. I got to recap my weekend with a moon to the rest of the world.
Can I help wrap this up? Hey, you guys in the chat.
You already fucking wrapped it up. I'm trying to wrap it up.
You mooning people and shit, man.
Yeah.
Shut up.
You just ended it. That's for sure.
You guys in the chat, man. Love you guys, man. Because remember this. If you don't understand nothing else, we nothing without you guys. And C came in this show, and he showed himself, and he proved that he can be a person that can stand behind his word. Get behind the chat. Get off the chat and stand up in here and show who you are and stand behind your word. And so we love you guys, man. It ain't shit without you guys. And peace and love to every last one of you guys. See you guys next week. All right.
Make sure that you email danthedirtybear@gmail.com to be a part of this awesome, crazy, wonderful, and new generation progressive style type of podcast. We love you guys. And until next time,
stop mooning people, Shorty.